Adobe XD to WordPress is what we'll be doing today. I've got this really cool design to show you guys for a photography website. We're going to build this out into a WordPress theme, and I'm going to take you through the whole process of developing the HTML, writing out the CSS, and making it all responsive so that it works on the desktop, the tablet, and even the mobile phone. If you've ever wanted to build out a theme yourself, this will show you the whole process, and hopefully it gives you a better idea in case you want to build out your own themes in the future. My name's Adrian, and I do videos around design and development, so if you do like this kind of content and you want to see more like it, hit like and subscribe, and let's just jump straight into it. Here's the design, and this design in Adobe XD is quite expansive. We've got a lot here, from a home page with a tablet design and a mobile design. We've got an internal page and a contact us page, as well as a section here for when someone makes a post. We're going to take a look at the home page to start off with, and if we take a look at this design, we can see that it was designed for a photography website. This is evident in the way that a lot of these design elements are very boxy and squarey. They're similar to what you would expect when you're taking photos, whether they're in landscape or portrait or even as thumbnails. The design elements in here are following that same standard. A lot of the buttons have that same square design with good spacing, and a lot of the elements here are overlapping. We have different sections here for, say, subscribing or viewing the collections, and they all fit into a very nice column design here, keeping that consistent square look. As we look at the design further down the page, we can see that everything fits in very well in terms of the colors and the font used. And at the very bottom here, we've just got a basic footer here. So that's pretty cool. At each element of the design, due to the fact that we're using that column design with boxes, it's very easy to move into a tablet and a mobile design. So we can have a look at how to do responsive media queries to get these things done, and we can turn this entire thing from a design into a fully fledged HTML and CSS document, and we'll move this straight into WordPress so that we can have a look at how you would normally go about developing something like this. The first thing I'm going to do is download WordPress, and to do this I'm just going to jump onto Google here, and I'm going to get the latest copy of it. I'm just going to download that, and we'll put that into a folder. I also want to use Understrap. This is our template builder for WordPress, and we can build a theme straight from it. So we can go to their website here, and they've got some information about it. But in this case, I'm going to go straight over to their GitHub where I can get the latest copy of it. But while we used to have a link here to download it, seems to be gone. So I'm just going to type in GitHub Understrap, and that should take me straight there. So here it is. And we're just gonna download it so that we can put it into our WordPress project. Next, we'll create a folder to host this website on, and I'm gonna do this just locally on my own dev server. I'm gonna use WAMP, but there's other ways to do this, so really use the hosting way that you like to use. I've got a fresh directory here, and I'm just gonna create a www folder. And in here, I'm going to copy over the WordPress folders and files. I'll just drag them in from my zip here. Easy enough. Once that's done, I'll put Understrap in there as well. If you're doing a local server, you're also going to have to update your host file for the DNS. So I'm just going to do this over here and add some details in to get it done. Let's open up this host file over here, and we'll add a new domain. In this case, I just wanted to go to my local PC with maybe Fred at localhost. We'll save that, and we'll drag this into our ect folder, which should override what we previously had in there. Great, so that's done. WordPress also seems like it's finished copying over. So we can go to this www folder, go to WP content, go to themes and create a new theme. And this will just be Fred Snow in here. What we'll do is we've got our installation of Understrap here. So we can unzip this straight into the theme folder, and that way we can use it in our project. I'm just going to copy it across here, and that should unzip really quickly. Next, we can take a photo of our design over here, and I'm just going to use the snippet tool to do that. And before we complete that, let's just make sure we don't have any overlays happening. Great. And I'm just going to take most of the top bit here as a screenshot. And when we unzip our file, we'll actually have in here a screenshot.png. We're going to open this up in Photoshop and replace it with a screenshot of the design we have. And that way, when you go into WordPress and you select themes, that screenshot will show up. We'll also update the styles file. So let's open this entire folder in VS Code. Now here we've got Photoshop. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste that design over in here, and I'm going to resize it just so that it fits in accurately. So that's about right there. Let's move this up and we'll save this as well. What we'll do is just replace the previous screenshot here and save it as a PNG. That's done, and we can now jump into our VS Code folder over here. Now, we've got a couple of files, but the first thing we'll edit is the styles.css. And in here, we'll just update the name of our theme, which is Fred Snow, and the rest we can keep more or less the same for the time being. Let's minimize that and close off Photoshop for the time being. Now, we've got our content in here, but we don't have a database for it yet. So let's open up WAMP and go to PHP My Admin. On here, we can create a new database for Fred Snow, and we're going to do this over here. Let's do that. Fred. Whoops, that's in the search. We'll put this in the database. So we've got our database there for the website. And all we have to do now is map this to WAMP. I'll just do this in the background and we should be able to start installing WordPress straight away. So let's see if all of that is working. Let's go to Fred at localhost, and there we have WordPress. We can install that now. Now for the database name, we're just going to use Fred and leave everything else as default. This will set up WordPress for our website in the database, and we'll also give it a name. So let's put Fred Snow in here. Admin, we'll leave the password as default and just put in an email for the time being. We won't enable the default search, so it won't show up on Google until we're ready, and we can get started now. So this is in here. I might just save this password in the background, and I'll probably change this later. So let's just put that in here on a text file. Great. Now, when we log into the website, the first thing we'll want to do is change our theme. We'll go to Appearance and Themes, and over here we can see we've got the Fred Snow theme ready to go with our Understrap theme builder. So let's activate that. And for the time being, that's it. We're ready to get started with programming. We've basically got an empty page here, and we can jump into VS Code over here. And we'll need to install a couple of things to start doing our CSS and our HTML. We'll do npm install, and this will just install all the packages that need to be used if you're using Understrap. There's a package.json file in here with a couple of things like gulp, and this will allow us to do some CSS a little bit later on. Then let's jump back into our website and create a homepage. So to do that, we'll just go to Pages, Add New, and over here, we'll just type in home. So let's close this off and type it in here. Now we'll want a template for this page. So in order to do that, what we'll do is we'll jump into our VS Code here and go to Page Templates. In Page Templates, we'll create a new template-home.php. And this is where we'll do our home content. but it's got no content in general. So we'll copy the one over from the full page width and we'll rename this up here to template home. For now, we'll remove all the main content in here, so we'll really only have a header and a footer. We don't even need this container type, so we'll remove that as well. With this done, we can save it, and on WordPress, if we go to our home page over here, we can change the type of page it is. In here, we can select the template and we can click Home Template. So let's refresh this page, and here it is, Template Home. Let's update this and go back into our WordPress. So now we should be using that home template for the home page, but we need to also set this in the settings. So we'll go over here to reading. We'll select home page and select home here as the page to display on that front page. And now we've got a completely empty page. We've obviously still got a footer and a header. So here over on the footer, let's remove that so we can start fresh. I'm just going to remove everything in here, and all I'll really leave is the wrapper itself. There we go. And for the header up here, we'll do a couple of changes. We'll remove maybe this link over here. We'll take out the container type maybe a little bit later after we have a look at our design. So if we have a look at our design over here, we can see that it's got the menu there on the right. It's got some content on the top there. Everything's very custom. So we might end up just taking everything out of here. And for this button, we might take that out a little bit later, but we'll leave it in for now. And for our navigation, we'll leave that in too. Let's also take out this container within here and over here too. Great. We're almost done over here. Finally, let's have a look at what everything looks like now. So it's completely empty. Our navigation doesn't actually have any menus yet, and we'll add those in the admin a little bit later. Let's remove some of this navigation at the top. Now, because we're doing a completely custom design, we might remove this whole navigation section, and we'll keep something completely separate. But before we do that, let's remove this BG primary and nav dark, and this nav expand can be LG. So that's cleared it up on our page over here. And the first thing we can do is design this section over here, which is essentially the contact information with a search, an address, and a login. Now this is using a primary color for the theme, which is this one over here, this F3 color, which is a slightly off yellow. So to start off with, we'll jump over here and we'll go to our CSS file in themes. And this theme variable, it's got a primary color in here, which we'll set a little bit later. But in this main theme over here, we can set a secondary color. And this secondary color will be that off gray color. And we'll use those for backgrounds and buttons and whatnot. There's another version of that here, which is even more light. Oh, actually, no, that's white. But let's see if there's any other versions of that. So as we scroll down, I like to usually pick up all the colors we'll be using in a design so that we can put them into our CSS. So this one looks like a darker shade of that secondary color. If we keep going down over here, now I think that's mainly just those two versions of the color. Most of the other content is using an off black, so we can set that over in the body, which we'll create over here in our CSS. Now, in order to get this CSS up and running, we'll need to run gulp, and this will transpile our SCSS here into CSS that the website will use. So to do that, we just run gulp here in the terminal. This will watch that main file with the underscore theme.scss to see if there are any changes to our theme that we want to apply. For the time being, we haven't got any content yet, so we won't probably see any of that take effect, but we can create our first element here in our header. So what I'm gonna do is, with this navigation over here, I'm gonna just cut this out for the time being. And up here above that, we're going to create a new item. And this here will have an ID of top dash bar. Now this top bar over here, what we're going to do is we're going to put the content in here that we have in this section on our design. Let's have a look up here. So this is a 50 pixel height line that goes across the whole page. Let's do that, and we'll apply that theme color to it as well. So here we've got our top bar with the ID, and here in our theme, we'll put that in, and we'll do a height of 50 pixels and a background of secondary. Let's apply that and double check our design. So there's that bar. If we have a look, we've got a few bits of content here. We've got a phone number, an email, the search bar and whatnot, and all of these are across a single row. So we're gonna have to have a look at how we design the columns for that. Now, if we take a look, there's a few ways we could do this. We could create them as inline blocks, or we could use flex. So in this case, I'm thinking maybe we use flex. We can cut these up into 3 sections. So the login section, the shipping section, and the contact information section. So let's do that. Over here in our top bar, let's create the first section, which is called contact info. For the contact info, we're gonna have a phone, an email, and a search. So let's put in here a phone, email, and search. For the phone, we've got an icon of a phone and the phone number itself. So let's copy that over. We'll use Font Awesome, which is already installed with Understrap, and we'll just pass in an icon with an FA and a FA-phone to create that phone icon. And we'll pass in the phone itself. Let's do the same here for the email address. So I'm just going to copy over the email here. And that looks like it's using an icon for the, that looks like it's using an envelope for the icon there. Envelope, I think that's envelope-O. And let's put that in. Let's save that and see if it applies. So there those two are. The other thing we're going to have to do is for this contact information, let's make that a display of flex. And for the top bar, let's also make that a display of flex. So they should now appear in line, which is looking a little bit better. What I might do is I might move this bar across here to the right and move the design here over to the left. That way we can do both at the same time, and it might make things a little bit more efficient. So let's double check this design here. And if we have a look, all these items are centered. So to do that, we're going to have to justify the line height and maybe even the content around flex. So I think if we just do justify content center, that should do it. Let's do that over here and apply. And we might have to do it for the elements themselves. So here where we've got the phone element, let's put that in here as a display of flex and a justify content of center. Maybe it's a line items. I always get those two confused. So let's try that again. And for each one of these, normally you want to do a flex of 1 once you're ready to use them. For the time being, this one here, we'll do this as a contact item, and we can reuse this class here in our CSS to apply the same styling across. So now both of these have the same, but what we might also do is add some padding to the left and the right. So in this case, we'll add 1 EM's worth of padding on the left and 1 EM's worth of padding on the right. So those look a little bit better now. And for the FA element, we also want a bit of a margin on the right side there, maybe 0.5 EM in this case. So if we have a look at that, that's looking a little bit better. Its font is Fira Sans. Now we might want to pull that in from Google. So let's go to Google Fonts. And what we'll do here is just do a quick search for that font family. Here it is. And what we'll grab is a couple of things. We'll make sure that there are no other fonts that it might be using. So here it's using, let's have a look. Fira Sans, and this one uses Crimson text. So we might have to pull that in as well. So let's pull in a couple of stylings here. It looks like it needs an italics version too. So we'll pull that in as well. For the version of 400, we'll grab those, and we'll also grab a medium and a bold version. Let's copy this across, and we'll add this into our header so that it loads anytime we load the website. And let's put this into our content here in our body tag, and that way it'll apply to our design. So that's already looking a little bit better. Now the other font here was Crimson. Let's see if that's supplied by Google as well, and we can pull that in as well. So here it is. And it's got a couple of different versions. In this case, we seem to just be using the italics regular version. So let's pull that in too. Over here, I'll get this one, which is italics, and maybe this one, which is regular. And we'll replace the link that we created earlier and add those extra ones in. Now, maybe for a H1 tag, we can apply this styling. We'll probably use this a little bit later, so I'll leave it as empty for the time being. So that's our fonts done. If we take a look, we need a search bar in here. And to do that should be pretty simple. We'll just jump back into the header here. And here under search, where we have a contact-item, we'll put an input. Now for the time being, maybe this will just have a placeholder that search with no real value or anything in general. It'll be empty. And here it is. If we take a look at the design, it's also got that icon in there. So we'll want to put that in. I might just put it up here as an icon, and I think this is just magnifying glass, but let's see if I can put it in search and if that'll appear. So it has. And finally, this search input hasn't got any visible box or layout around it. So let's remove that from our design. What we'll do is here in the theme, we'll just jump in here to the contact info and create an input. And we'll do maybe a border of none and a background color of transparent. If we apply that and have a look, it should take effect, and there's our search. We also have this outline, so we can remove that. We could even add a little bit of padding, maybe 0.5 EM and 0.5 EM. That way the box should be a little bit bigger when we mouse over it. So let's refresh that, and that's looking good. I'm pretty happy with that. We can start typing in there, and maybe we can do a enter to search later on once we add a form in there. Next up, let's do the free shipping section. So to do that, let's just jump back here into the header, and we'll add a new class in here called shipping info. For that, let's just copy over the text we have here. And we also have an icon of a car, so we'll put that in as well. Let's copy over one of the font awesome icons we had previously, and let's find out what this icon is. So to me it looks like a truck, so I'm just going to type in truck and that should work. There we go. So that's looking good. We'll have to center it, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything special. So let's just make sure the classes work here. Let's go into here for the shipping info. Let's create a new class over here. And what we'll do is we'll copy this shipping info class into the top bar over here. And we'll apply some of those same flex designs around on here. Let's apply that, hit save, and take a quick look. It's looking better. Let's also log it out of admin so we can see what's going on over here. So we've got that in here. We need to add that same sort of a margin there to the font icon. That looks good. And we only have a login and a login avatar left to do. So let's jump over here and let's expand this out a little bit. So if we have a look for the next section here, it's the login and register section. So let's create that over here. Let's create a class called login and register. And for this class, we'll just pass in the text for login and register for the time being. We'll also have an icon, but this time it's going to be at the very end of the section. So let's copy it over and paste it in here. And this looks a little bit like an avatar. So let's put that as avatar, if I can spell that properly. Beautiful. Let's have a look if this is applied. Might be using the wrong icon there. So let's check the name on that. I'm just going to open up Font Awesome and type it in here. We'll search avatar and have a look, and it's called user-circle. So let's put that in here, save, take a look, and there it is. Now let's just update the flex on that. So let's copy over this one for shipping info, but this time we'll do the margin on the left for the icon, and everything else can stay more or less the same. We'll just copy over the class here and replace shipping info with login and register. Great. Now for the shipping info, we want this to have a flex of 1. And for the contact information, we also want that to have a flex of 1. So if we apply those two, they should utilize all the space. And now our layout is a little bit more responsive and closer to that design we had earlier. The only thing is everything doesn't fit in perfectly just yet. Might even do a little bit less here for the shipping info, maybe 0.5. So that way the user login section has a little bit more info. Let's have a look at our design. No, definitely need both of those sections to have a flex of 1. So let's revert that for the time being and put that to a flex of 1 over here. So we'll have a look at our design. Everything is looking good. If we take a look over here and have a look at each one of those sections with our developer tools, we can see that the contact info is here, the shipping info is here, and the login info is last, which is over here. Great. Now, next up, we want this to be responsive so that when we shrink it down, it still works properly. If we take a look at our design doc over here and have a look at each one of these elements at different viewports, then we can see what changes and what disappears. So over here on our largest viewport, we see we've got enough room here for the phone and the shipping and the login, but on the smaller viewport, that's all without any actual flexes itself. So what we'll do is for our website over here, we'll add a media query. Let's do media max width. And for this max width, we'll do maybe 1500 pixels. Now with these viewports over here, we can pull them out and set them up here. So we'll call this media query maybe XL and pass it over as 1500 pixels. Then we can pull this media query in and use this variable instead of a actual physical fixed pixel count. So we can update this once at the top of our document rather than everywhere. And what we'll do is just do flex initial. Let's apply that over here, and let's apply that over here. So now if we refresh the design and check the pixel width, then we should see it's losing that flex when we get to 1500, which is good. But on top of that, we'll have to design around that too. So let's see what we can do here to make sure that this header works well. Let's have a look at the design over here. And when we take a look at the tablet view, it seems to fit and disappear some of these elements here, like the free shipping disappears and the login icon disappears, but a menu icon shows up. So to do that, we'll have to play around a little bit here with the flex just to make sure that it stays consistent. Now, right now, if we take a look, this login section here isn't fitting all the way through. If we take a look here, we might want to do something like at media, max width, Excel, and we might do that as a flex of 1. Let's take a look how that looks. We'll just make sure it's refreshed, and we just need to open up Gulp once more. So let's refresh that and save our changes. Should take effect in a second. And what else can we do here for this heading? So we've got the details here. And obviously this one also has a little bit of a spacer here on the home page, and it only uses the full width when we go down to a lower viewport. So we'll take a look at that a little bit later. Let's save this now and refresh. And let's have a look at this login here. So this is our top bar. Our top bar is here. It's using the full size here. And then we've got this item here, which changes to a flex at a smaller viewport. But it doesn't seem to be taking effect very well. Let's double check what's going on. We expand it out, it's right at the end there, but if we make it smaller, how small will we make it? Yeah, that's small enough. It's not quite working just yet. Let's remove this and save. And maybe, let's have a look at this design here. How can we get this working properly? Let's just make sure this media query is working by making the background here red, seeing if that applies. If that's applying, then we'll also do a flex of 1 here. Refresh that. All right, that's better. And we'll also do a text align. We'll do this to the far right. Let's apply that. It's not working because we're using flex in here. So what we'll do is we'll do a justify context or flex end. Let's save that and refresh. There we go. So now we can remove this text and background color, and that should be working a little bit better. So now we can expand out, and that looks good. Let's double check how everything's looking here. So we've got our phone number, our hello, our search, the free shipping, and the login and register here, which should all be capital, so we can fix that up too. So for this header over here, let's just capitalize this R, but for the shipping info and for the login and register, we want to transform the text by running text transform, and we're going to do it to uppercase. Let's apply that for both of these here and refresh. So that's taken effect there. That looks much better. And finally, we want a menu button to appear when we get to a tablet view. And we also want to make this free shipping disappear. So let's do that over here. We'll jump into the header. And in here, we'll add in those 2 items. So menu and the little bars here. Let's go mobile dash menu. And for this, we'll just do something simple like in the design. So in this case, it's just menu. And I think the FA is just bars. And we'll use a responsive media query to apply this. So in here, it's just up here, but that's not correct yet. We probably want this at the very, very end of our header. So let's put this after the login and register. So let's take a look at that now. So there it is. And let's jump here into our theme and copy over this class for the mobile menu. Let's apply this in here. And what we'll do is we'll do a display of flex. And we'll copy some of these elements that we have here below for the login and register. So that should look the same. That's looking a little bit better, but we want a display of none. So we'll save that. Then add a media max width of maybe MD. Let's see if we have MD set. We don't. So we'll do LG, and this might be 1200. And then MD would usually be about 992 pixels. So at MD, for the media query, we'll do the display of flex in here. But at the same time, for the MD, for the login and register, we'll do a display of none. And we'll do the same for the shipping info over here. Let's apply both of those. Refresh. And now let's resize it and see how that takes effect. So here the menu is being popped up. It's not in the right position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to justify it to the end here. Let's apply that. And we'll also have to make sure it's a flex of 1. There we go. So now it's nice and at the end there. We'll also need some padding on the FA element. So let's put that into. Great. So if we take a look at our design over here and our actual design over here, we've got the search, we've got the menu. We also have to make the email and the phone disappear, it looks like. So let's do that. So it actually only keeps the login, which is interesting, but that's all right. Let's make this over here for the contact info. It's going to disappear. Let's apply that. And this happens at MD, but it hasn't taken effect yet. Let's see what's going on over here. Header. This is the contact info. So we actually want most of the contact info to stay. We just want the phone and the email to disappear. So what we'll do is over here, we'll create a couple of items. We'll do and phone and email, and we'll apply that and put a display of none over here. So if we refresh that now, it should disappear. Now let's have a look. That's contact item and email. Contact item and email on the MD level. I think we're not at the MD level yet. So here we're at the MD level. All right, I thought MD would be at 992 pixels. Let's double check. It's because we're zoomed in, that's why. So let's reset the zoom over here. So that's better. Now the thing that we're missing in here is let's have a look in our design. We've got a login there on the left. So what we're going to do is over here where we have the login. Let's have a look. Got shipping info, login, register. We're going to copy this over and paste another one over here at the start, but we'll call this login and register dash mobile. Great. So what we'll do with this is have slightly different design elements apply. We'll use the same classes. So let's copy this over here. And this icon can be on the left this time. So what we might do is, because this icon is on the left, we'll create a different element here for it. Let's copy over all these styling, but here the margin will be on the right. And the display will only exist on MD, but otherwise it won't exist. And everything else can stay the same, I think. So we'll remove this over here. Let's apply, refresh, and have a look. So that's looking a little bit better. We don't need an register there, so we're going to remove that. And refresh. And now the only thing we need to do is make sure this contact info over here has a flex of 1 when it's this size. So what we could do is for the mobile menu there, we could remove this flex 1. And over here where we removed the flex on the XL, we'll add it back in on the MD viewport. Let's refresh and give that another test. And I think that's taken effect. We're just not seeing it yet. So let me double check. So it has. We just need to center these items. So what we'll do is over here, we'll do a justify content of center. And this should center that search bar. Let's refresh and try once more. And there it is. We've got the login, the menu, and the search bar. And as we scale out, we can see that we have all the other elements. Now, if you see this properly, there's some issues here where everything's not fitting in that well as we're going down the viewports. So we might have to remove one or more of these items or break to that lower viewport a bit earlier. Now, in this case, I think removing this shipping section might be the best choice to start off with. So what I'll do is over here where I've got shipping, at an LG level, I'm just going to make that to display none straight away. Hopefully that should give us enough room for everything else to fit in. There we go. So that's working a little bit better now. And everything's responding quite well. So we've got our header now done and responsive. And we can start having a look at the next element. And the next element now is our main content section here for our hero image with our call to actions. So let's take a look at what we need to do for that. So we've got our main logo over here with just some text and some social media icons. We've got the menu section there on the right, and we've got a small tagline here. We've got a larger H2 tag over here and some call to actions. So before I do these call to actions, I might want to create these elements over here. So let's start off with that. We'll have a look at the viewport here as well. This is sort of using a full width design, but it's also got a couple of columns which are about 140 pixels from the left and about 420 pixels from the right. See how this looks. Each one of these items here is about 387 pixels. And altogether, this entire column is actually only about 1,220 pixels in width. So let's start creating those. We'll jump here into the home page. And we'll create a new section. We'll call this maybe home, hero banner, or maybe even just home banner. And this can be the first section that we create. So we'll just call this a section. Now we'll create these lot of items. So the first will be the logo / title. And this is where we'll have Fred Snow and the social media icons. So in here, I'm just going to type in Fred Snow for now, but later I'll add the icon in there. And then we also need social media items. So I'm just going to call this social media with a class, and these class can have these icons. So a.fa-facebook, we've got the FA in here. And I'll just copy this across a few times. We want LinkedIn, and we also want Instagram. What else do we want in here? We want the menu on the far right But with that one, I might just do that later on because that sort of looks like it's floating, sort of like a absolute position or fixed position. So let's add that in a little bit later. And here I'll just call this logo. And for now, I'll have that text in there. Great, we'll save that and have a look at it. In terms of padding, from the top, we've got padding of about 100 pixels. And from the bottom, we've got about 160 pixels. What we'll do is we'll jump over here into our themes file again. And we'll create a new section for this. And this section here will be the home banner. For this section, we'll first do the spacing. So maybe we'll do a padding top of about 100 pixels. And then we'll have this Fred Snow section in here. Now to start off, I'll just export this as an element. And we'll save it as maybe an SVG. And we'll pull this out straight into our directory, which is over here. So we don't have an image directory yet, but I might create one. So let's browse into this section. And over here, I'm going to create a new folder. This will be called images. In this images folder, I'll just grab the copy of the file path and paste it in here. Then using this folder path, we'll export this SVG for the logo. So that should show up just over here. Let's call this logo.svg. Great. And in here, we'll paste an image of it. So we'll just put in image and we'll call this Fred Snow logo for the alt tag. We'll remove this text. Now for this image, we'll also need the path to the theme using WordPress. So to do that, we're just going to copy it over from a previous example I have. And that path over here is echo get template directory URI. And we just echo that out using PHP. So let's paste that in there and update our theme and take a look at our design over here. It should take effect. So there it is. We've got that 100 pixels of padding from the top, and we've got that Fred Snow. Now the width was 1220 pixels. We'll do a margin of auto on the left and the right. So let's do that over here. Auto and margin left auto. Great. So that way the design should be a bit more consistent when we expand it out, but should fit in perfectly when we put it back in. And that'll be the max width. So let's refresh that once more. That way it'll be responsive still. And that's looking a little bit better. I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller so that we can keep looking at it. And I'm going to move this across so we can make sure that we get our elements working. So there it is. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put this section here with the logo title as a flex. So let's do that over here. We'll do display flex. When we do that, we'll have the social media icons appear there on the right. If we take a look at our design over here, they have a special D0 color. So I think we're already setting that here as a variable for secondary. So what we do is we'll just set this entire section with that variable color, and those should apply immediately. It's looking a little bit better. And let's have a look at the font size for those. So those are a font size of 24. So we'll do font size 24 pixels in here. We'll also make sure that we align the items to center. And if we take a look, yep, they are more or less center, so that looks good. And finally, for this section over here on the logo, we want a little bit of a margin before we get to the icons. So we'll do a margin right of about 15 pixels, which should be just about right. If we have a look here, it might be a little bit more. Yeah, it's actually 30 to 35 pixels. So let's double that and save it. And there we go. Now, each one of these icons has a little bit of padding for itself too. So we can add that in. What we'll do is over here, we'll have a look at our code, and this is under the social media. So let's put social media in here. And each one of these will be wrapped inside an A tag. So I'm just going to do a display inline block for these. A padding of maybe something like 5 pixels. And apply that. And let's make each one of these an A tag, because later on we will be adding in a link over here. By adding them in as A tags, we're also going to have the problem that their color will change. So using CSS, we're going to also have to update that color. So let's do that as well. Over here, I'm just going to save that, and this color variable over here, I'll move it into the A tag, and I'll also remove the text decoration that appears, because normally an underline appears when you have an A tag. That should get rid of that. So there we go. We've got those icons there. We might even give them a small hover effect, such as maybe applying that secondary background color to them when you mouse over. Let's take a look at how that looks. There it is. I think they could have a little bit more padding on the left and right, so I'm just going to put in 10 pixels instead of 5 for that. That's looking a little bit better, and we can probably remove the spacing that's happening between each one of them. So I'll just do that over here, and there we go. So those look good. They're next to the logo there, and they're very similar there to the design. We can work on this tagline over here now. Now for this tagline, we'll create an element here underneath the logo, and we might just do a H2 element for that. Nice and simple, and put the tagline in there. This tagline is using Fira Sans. It's extra light with 30 pixels. So let's grab this H2 element over here, and we'll paste this straight into our CSS. Font size 30 pixels, font weight extra light, so that's about 200. The color is black, but I'm not sure if there's an opacity on there or not. Doesn't look like it, so that's fine. And let's save that and refresh. There it is. We've got that extra light font there. Let's double check. Yep, that's looking okay. But the font doesn't look exactly right. Maybe it's a little bit too light. Let's move it up to maybe 300 and see if that changes. Not too sure what's going on there. Maybe the font spacing? But yeah, it's definitely not looking exactly right. I'm just going to make it a black color here by doing a hexa 000. That might come out a little bit darker. So that's a little bit better there, I think. Let's have a look on our header and make sure that we're pulling in the correct font weights. So here we've got Fira Sans, we've got 100, 400, and 700. Let's see if we can add in another one. So let's go to fonts on Google, and let's look for that Fira Sans. So here we have Fira Sans, and what we'll do is select this one, and we've got the 100, but I think it's more like a 200. So I'm going to copy over and use the 200 in there and update our design over here to use 200 as well. Let's refresh that, and that looks much better now. That's more consistent with the design that we had. We just need a bit of padding there on the bottom, and that's only what, 160 pixels. Easy. So what we'll do over here is a margin top of 160 pixels. We'll apply that to our design, and that's looking good. That's more or less what we have here. Obviously there's a bit more text in here, but it seems to have been capped. But in the mobile and the responsive designs, it's in there just fine. We also have this huge tagline here that says no untold story. So let's put that in next. And over here, we might put this as a H3 element. And this H3 element here is giant. It's 90 pixels italics and it's using a different font. So let's jump in and put that in H3 font family, and we're gonna put this in here. Now this one here was using Fura Sans, while this one here is using Crimson. So let's update the H2 tag in here, and let's update the H2 tag in there, just so that they stay consistent in case we need to change them later. This is a font size of 90 pixels. It's a font style of italics. And the rest is pretty standard, nothing else to really see there. There's just a bit of a margin there from the top, and that margin is just about 36 pixels. So we'll do margin top 36 pixels. Let's apply that and take a look at our design. There we go. Now, the font doesn't seem to be pulling in correctly, or maybe it is, and I haven't downloaded Crimson text onto my PC. But yeah, no, that looks good. That's what we want it to be. Let's just double check the spacing is correct, because I feel like there should be a bit more spacing on that. So I'm gonna do 120 pixels. So let's do 120 pixels from the top, refresh that, and that looks much more accurate. I'm happy with that. Now, we've got a bit of margin there on the bottom too. And what is that? That's about 80 pixels. So let's do margin bottom 80 pixels and save that. All right, so that's our header there. That's looking good. We might also do an A tag here for the image for the SVG. Where is that? Let's double check here. Our header. Now this header, it's actually on all the pages. So we might actually pull this out and create a separate element for it altogether. Let's double check what elements we'll have to pull out. So we'll pull out the social media and we'll pull out the title, but we'll leave the tagline in there. And we'll do this by literally cutting this section out and putting this in the header section. So this is the top bar, this is the nav wrapper, and we'll put this in here. And we might just call this page header. Just thinking how we can do this to keep the design consistent. We might literally have to pull these tags out here. Let's try that again. We'll keep this section here as the home banner, but we'll pull out this logo section here. Let's save that, and over here we might call this something different. We might call this maybe logo holder, or maybe something like top logo holder. And in here we'll paste everything in. We'll have to update our classes a little bit now. So for the top logo holder, we're gonna copy over some of these things, but the rest we'll keep generic for the rest of our stuff. So all of this stuff for the logo, we'll move this in here, while all of the stuff for the home banner, we'll keep this out. Let's refresh our design, make sure everything's consistent. So this way, this logo and these social items will be on all the pages, but this content down here will only be on the home page, which is exactly what we want. So let's take a look at the call to actions we want to create. And there's 3 of them here. There is a large item here at the bottom, and they're going to have to be margined with a negative margin on the bottom there so that they overflow a little bit. So let's create this big element to start off with. It's a very light shade here. Let's make sure we've got this shade. So that's that secondary color. And we'll pull this underneath. This is sort of the story section. So we'll call this home-about. And we'll do a height of, I think it's about 900 pixels. And we'll add in that background color of that secondary color. I'll apply that in there and that should take effect. We'll just have to add this div in and we'll create this as a section on the home section. So we'll do a section and we'll do .homeAbout and add that out. And that should apply and be visible. So there it is. And what we'll do is we'll create those call to actions. Now those call to actions are sort of in between the home banner and the home about us section. So I'm going to create a separate section here called home-call to action. And this will be a section of its own. So let's expand that out. And it's also going to have a similar margin and whatnot to the previous sections. So this one here, for example, had that main width of 1220 with a margin left and margin right. So for the home-call to action, we're going to also put that in there. But it's going to have 3 columns in here. These 3 columns are over here. And then we've got another 2 columns down here. So let's create this in CSS. We can use Bootstrap to do this, seeing we already have Bootstrap on this page. We'll just do a row. And for this row, we'll just do call-lg-4. And for this, we can have an action here. And for this action, we've got a small title here. So we'll put title and an image down here. So we'll do an image tag and an image class. And that's pretty much it. And then we can just copy out this a couple of times and save that. So for this call to action, which has an action item inside, we can now style this in our CSS. So here it is. And let's expand this out so you can see the styling. We're going to do an action item in here. And this action item has quite a large height. Its height is about 400 pixels for the image and 40 pixels for the content. Now, we also have a background for it. So let's start off with the background. And the background is that secondary color. Then we've got the image tag in here. And this image tag has a height of about 400 pixels. And we'll give it a dark gray color for now to start off with, just so that we can see it. We should be able to see this in our design now. So if we expand this out, here it is. And here for the title, it's got a bit of padding, maybe a padding of 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Let's refresh that and just double check. And that looks a little bit incorrect. We'll need to add a little bit more padding on there. And it's got a font size 16 with fewer sans there and a medium font weight. So let's do font weight. And medium is about 500. Text transform, and that'll be uppercase. And finally, let's update the padding here from 5 to 10 and 10 to 15. Let's apply that and take another look. That's looking a little bit better now. Now for this whole section, we're gonna make sure that it's wrapped in a margin that is negative. So we'll do margin bottom. And we'll do negative 100 pixels, but we should probably find out exactly how much that is. So if we browse over here, it is 200 pixels. So let's pull that in. We'll do 200 pixels here and apply that and refresh. And there it is. We've got that slight overlay happening. The only other thing is that currently everything's sort of positioned from the left. It's not exactly margined from the left and the right. It's actually margined left by, how many pixels was it here? 140. So for each one of these sections on the left, we're going to do a margin of 140 pixels. We'll change this later on, but this will get us started. And let's fix that up over on each one of these. Great. Now let's refresh that. Now we can see that's aligned on the left there and it's fitting in a little bit better. We'll have to work on its responsive design soon, but this gets us started. Now we'll need to pull these images in. To do that, we're just going to export them. So I'm just going to double click on each one and just export them as is, as a JPEG, so that we can use them on the web. They'll go straight into our folder. So I'm just going to do that nice and simply over here. And each one of these will need to be renamed as well. So I usually like to call these images call to action 1, 2, and 3, just so that if I ever need to replace them later, it's easy enough to do. I like to use the higher res versions of them as well. So let's do that. Call to action -1, and we'll copy this out and paste it in the others. So this is call to action number 2, and this last one here. Actually, this one is call to action 3. And this one here is call to action 2. Great. So we can put these in now and we can use our CSS to do this. What we'll do is we'll go here to our actions and in the image, we'll change this to a background color. And then here for the background image, we'll put our first one in, which is just the call to action -1.jpg, and make sure that's going in. We'll do a background size of cover so that it takes up the whole element, and save that, and a background position of center. We'll also do a no repeat. So we'll do background repeat with no repeat on there so it doesn't overflow. So that gets our first image up. To get our other images, we're going to have to pass in a path straight into the styling. So we'll need to copy out this get template directory again and put it in here. We'll do style equals, and for this style we'll do background -image, and we'll pass in URL. And in this case, the URL is the template directory on the path images, with a call to action -2 for the file name and a JPG. And then finally we'll close this off and put in the final bracket there. And there's our second image. And to get the third one up, we just go down here and paste this in and put a number 3. There we go. So we've got those 3 now. We can just update the tag here as well. So we'll change this to everyday photo prints, fine art prints, and the final one being beyond photography. Beautiful. These will be links later in the future, but for the time being, they're just fine. So what I'll do is I'll make them as empty links. If I change this to if I change this to an A tag for each one of them, I'm going to have to redo some of the, where is it? Make sure this is the right item I'm editing here. Having an issue here, not too sure what's going on because my automatic rename isn't working properly. Might enter this out and try this again. Nope, that doesn't like it either. I'm just going to save this, close it off, and reopen it. Sometimes VS Code can be a little bit buggy when you're renaming things, but hopefully that'll fix it. So no, that's still not fixing it. This is an A tag, so I might have to just manually paste it in there. That should work now. And this one here is also an A tag, and it's being renamed incorrectly. I'm just going to disable the extension that automatically renames stuff. So let's disable that one here for the time being. Does that require reload? Nope. Great. So we can do this in here now as well for the action. No, it does need a reload. So I'm just going to reload VS Code, just 1 second. And that seems to have done it. Let's refresh those, and we can see we've lost some of the styling when we perform an A tag. And this is because we need to do a display of block for these now. Since they're an A tag, they lose that. And we're going to have to do a couple of other things. So let's jump up here. We've got our first action, which is the A tag over here. And the styling. Let's refresh that. It's got a underline here now happening, and the color is changing too. So we'll set the color here to black manually, and that'll override whatever the H tag is doing to it. We'll also make sure that the text decoration is set to none so that we don't have that underline that's happening when we mouse over it. Next, we'll take a look over here at the other ones. So they also need to be A tags. In this case, that hasn't applied yet. So let's refresh this page and double check what's happening over here. If we take a look at this, this is an A tag, but it doesn't have a href. So that's why it's not applying correctly yet. So we'll paste this in and that should take effect. Now we probably want some animation on this. So that's pretty easy. And to do that, we'll just do it down here at the bottom. We'll just do a hover effect. And for this hover effect, maybe we change this background to a slightly darker version. So now if we refresh, we should see that take effect, and that's working. We also want a transition. So we'll do 0.25 seconds on all elements and we'll ease them in. So let's refresh that once more, and that's working a little bit better. And finally, we might want the background size to change for the actual image itself. Now, there's a few different ways we could do this. Normally, if you just do 100% for the background size, it'll automatically use that same amount of size. But, and then we can just increase this. So what we'll do is on the hover effect for the image, we'll do a background size of maybe 115. We'll also copy that transition effect here into the image. So now if we refresh, we should see the image sort of zooming in. So there we go. So that's looking good. We could probably increase the speed, decrease the speed at which that animation happens. And that way it sort of gives a nice effect there. So that's looking good. Now, sometimes I actually like it to be already zoomed in, and when you hover over it, you could actually zoom out. So let's refresh that and give that a shot. So that looks good too. That's at least something a little bit different because everyone does zoom in effects, but not that many people do it zoom out effects. So I'm pretty happy with that section. We can take a look at how it is in terms of being responsive. So what we'll do is over here, let's take a look at the design. And on the responsive element, these items actually get smaller and smaller. And finally on the mobile, they all collapse. So let's do that. But before we do that, we're going to have to look at the responsive design for all the elements, including the header, because that changes too. We'll jump in here. And for the time being, we'll change these elements here to an SM. That way they only collapse on the mobile view. Next, let's have a look at the tablet view for this home page. So these items are 90, 30. So let's have a look. There's still 90 and 30 here, but they've got a little bit less padding. On this one here, their padding is about 70 pixels. And from the top, 120 pixels. So let's jump in here and expand this out to what we would assume is a slightly smaller viewport. In this case, maybe the viewport will be something like an LG size, and we'll do the top header to start off with. It's got a padding of top there, and the padding from the top here is 90. But on this one here, it's only 80. So it's actually gone down by about 10 pixels. So here we'll do media, max width, and we'll start off with that XL. And for XL, we'll do padding, top, 90 pixels. The next viewport here, it's only, is that still 90? still looks like 90 from the top. Let's have a look. That's 80. Maybe this is 80 as well, but we've got that shipping there. And here for the mobile, it's only 70. So what we'll do is jump in here, and for maybe something like LG, we'll do 90, but here for MD, we'll do 80. The next one is the margin on the bottom here from this H2 tag. So let's jump in here and copy these elements across and go to that H2 tag over here. Here we've got that margin of 160 at the top. And we're going to reduce that simply down to maybe 100. So that should be good. And then for the for the tablet, it's only 70. And then for the mobile, it's only 30. Okay. So here we'll do 70. And we'll create one more. And here for SM, we'll do 30. Now let's put in SM here as 768 pixels. Great. So let's refresh that and resize our elements. So that hasn't taken effect properly. Let's refresh and see what's going on here. I might have done something wrong here. Let's have a look. Padding top. Have I called it the wrong thing? Have I called it padding instead of margin? I have, haven't I? Let's fix that up here. Have I done the same here? Okay, that part seems fine. So let's refresh that and try resizing it again. Okay, that seems to be dropping that margin, but the font size also needs to change. So over here, we've got a font size of 30. This one here is 24. And this one here on the next level, yeah, so it drops down to 24 for the font size. So let's jump over here to that H2 tag, do font size 24 pixels. Let's apply that, refresh, and see that change. Yep, it's a little bit better. The other thing that happens is it loses some of that margin on the left. So over here, the margin from the left is what? About 140 pixels. And here, it's only 90 pixels. So let's change that. And we might have to do something about these because they're very consistent throughout the design. So we might create a class for them. And we'll call that margin from left. And we'll copy over these attributes that we have over here. And at media max width of LG, we'll do a margin left. I think it was 90 pixels. Let's double check that in our design doc. Yep, 90 pixels. And then the next viewport over here is a margin left of 80 pixels. And that's for MD. And then finally for SM, I think it's none. But let's have a look. 30 pixels. Okay. Let's save that. And refresh. And we'll have to apply this margin left to each one of our elements. So we'll put it in here, margin from left, this one margin from left, and this one margin from left. Now, this section here for the separator actually doesn't have it. It does here for the top title holder, so we'll apply it in here, but this one will remove it and apply that. Great. And let's have a look at our design over here, see if that's taken effect. So everything seems to be working. No, it still is overriding here in the actual sections. So we'll remove these margin from left and max width, margin from left and max width, and this one over here. So that's a little bit better now. That should be working as it should be. And let's resize that. Maybe not quite yet. There we go. So now that's updating as we need it to update. We've got a bit of a problem here where we still need to resize these images, but we'll get there. There's another way we can do these images, because right now, even at 100%, they don't seem to be covering very well. And my VS Code is stressing out over here. So what I'll do for these images is I'm going to change the way they work. I'm actually going to put each one of them inside an image dash holder. And let's do that. Let's copy this image dash holder for each one of them. And this one over here. And in terms of the images, we'll scroll down here over to where they are. And we'll do an image dash holder and apply them in here. But what we'll do is this image dash holder will be the item that is 400 pixels, and it'll have a position of relative. And the image itself will be a position of absolute. We'll do a top of 0, a bottom of 0, left of 0, and a right of 0. This way, those sort of exist inside that absolute position. And over here, we can do maybe something like an overflow of hidden. Then with these images here, instead of doing a background size of 115 pixels, we'll do cover. And when we do a hover effect on the image, we'll actually transform it. And for this transform, we'll change the scale to 1. But initially, it'll be a little bit zoomed in at 1.15. So it's essentially the same effect, but we're using a transform to create it this time with an absolute position. So that way it stays inside the box, doesn't matter what size it is, because it's using the background size now to make sure it does that. So that works a little bit better. Now let's make these boxes have some responsive design. What we'll do is we'll jump into our design and let's have a look at their height over here. Their height now is about, what is that? 261 pixels. So what we'll do over here is add media, max width, LG. We'll do height. And we'll set that to 260 pixels. Next, let's go in here and have a look at the width. Now the width on all these elements goes to 842 pixels. So let's scroll up here to that margin we created. And this had a max width up here. And over here, we'll change it. We'll make it to 840 pixels. And let's have a look at the font size, see if the font size has changed. This is 16 pixels and this one over here is still 16 pixels, so easy enough. Nothing really has changed there. Now let's jump in here and refresh that and scale it down a little bit. So here that's gotten a little bit better, but it's not responding fast enough. So we're going to have to make this transition happen one viewport faster. So we're going to do this at XL. So let's put that at XL over here. We'll put this one over here as XL. Put this one over here as XL. And put this one over here as XL. That should apply a little bit sooner for all the design elements. And that's a little bit better. So now it's responding before we get to that viewport and shrinking down to the size we need it to. I also need the padding on here to change a little bit. So right now it is about 170 And then that changes to about, what is that? 70? No, 60 and 30. So we'll go to the H3 tag over here and we'll create this viewport. Let's create all of them actually. Margin from top, which should be over here, and margin from bottom. And we'll copy these down. I think this was 60 and 30. And let's have a look at the next viewport. This next one over here makes the font size only 48 pixels. So let's just jump over here and do font size 48 pixels. And I think the margins actually increase, but I don't like the fact that they increase and decrease. So I'm going to keep them the same for the time being and save that and take a look at it. Let's refresh that and scale it down a little bit. So that looks good. That looks good. Pretty happy with that changing. So let's full screen that. Fred Snow, no story untold. And over here, let's scroll in and go to 100%. So we get the same experience. This is the design and this is the website. So that's looking good. The only difference is this is 2 lines over here, where on here it seems to be a single line, but I think that's just because they didn't copy it over properly. And because they didn't copy it over, we've added in too much spacing. So we're gonna have to change the spacing a little bit for that. So the spacing should be only 60 pixels. So let's go over here and do margin from top, 60 pixels. There we go. That's way better. Yep. So I think that's good. We've got the first section of our website done. Just got to finish up the responsive design a little bit more there, because when we're getting here below the tablet level, it's still not fitting in properly. So let's jump in here to the tablet view. And here we can see that they've gotten even smaller. So here, the max width is now only 600 pixels. So let's jump into our code here. And let's jump in here. And working on the max width over here. And this is now 600 pixels. Let's apply that and refresh. See if that takes effect. So that's taken effect there. We'll need to change the sizing a little bit. I think 600 might be almost too small. Here it's almost 610. So I'm just gonna put in 10 more pixels. Maybe that'll make it a little bit better. See if there's any difference there. None. So 620. No, 640. No, not really. So I'm just gonna leave it at 600. And we can take a look at making those boxes a little bit smaller. So this is on the MD viewport. And to change that, we're just gonna jump here to our image holder and create one on the MD level. We'll change the height. And for the height over here, if we take a look, it's 180 now. So we'll put in 180 pixels here. Let's take a look at our code here, and that's looking a little bit better. These two have now broken the line, but that's because their font size here should be getting smaller, I think. Let's have a look. Their font size should be 16 pixels. So for that, I'm just going to make sure that it's 16 pixels by manually putting in here 16 pixels. Let's make sure that everything else looks correct. It does. I think we're going to have to create a different size for them when they get to this breakpoint. We might have to decrease their font size down to maybe 14 pixels. And let's have a look at the gap. The gap's decreased as well. This gap is only 15 pixels, but here we've got 30 pixels. So that's probably another issue that we're getting. Yeah, we'll have to override the bootstrap configuration if we want to fix that. And to do that, we'll just jump over here and take a look at what's happening. So to do that, we're just going to jump in here and we're going to do an override on the MD viewport. And we'll apply this to col-lg-4 and we'll set the margin left to maybe 7.5 pixels, and we'll do the same for right. And we'll actually do this on the padding of the margin. So let's update that text. Let's refresh that and see if it takes effect. It might not. So that's because this is actually on the SM-4. Refresh that one more time. So that seems to have taken effect, but not for all of them. For example, it hasn't taken effect there. So I'll set this to important. I don't normally like doing that, but in this case I need to override the Bootstrap configuration. Actually, no, it's just because I've used left twice. So here I'll do left, here I'll do right, and save that and refresh. And there we go. So now we've got those images working and responding accurately, which is good. Just got to make sure that everything else is in line, but it looks like it is. So I'm happy with that. The only problem now is that if we have a look, it's not in line here for the very first element. So to do that, we're going to have to fix up the design for Bootstrap a little bit for that, but I'll get there in a second. Let's do a row in here, column, and in here we'll do padding left. And in this case, it'll have to be 12.5 pixels and a padding right of 12.5 pixels, I think. I'm not too sure. Let's double check that over here. So for the row, here, negative left and negative right. So we're gonna change that. Negative left, negative right will now, instead of being 15 pixels, it'll just be 12.5. If we refresh that, it should be in line now, which is much better, I think. Let's double check that. Might be less. Might be only 10 pixels left and 10 pixels right. Let's try that one more time. And now they're in line, but we need to remove some of the padding we've been adding on the title blocks there. So here, do maybe padding 10 pixels only. Let's refresh that, and that should just fit in there. So that's just fitting in. I still don't like the fact that it's breaking the line when we get any smaller. How can we fix that up? There's not much more we can do. What I might just do is, I don't like all these, so I'm gonna remove that. So I'll leave the gap of 15 pixels there. And then for this section here, just make sure that it doesn't break a line. I think there's some CSS we can apply for that. And that CSS is white space, no wrap. The only other thing we'll do is overflow hidden. So it doesn't escape this element over here, which I might actually put over here. No, actually I'll put it down here. Great. I think that should be okay. Yeah, there we go. So that's better. And now it's not killing any of the elements like it was before. And that's done. I think that's done for the home page. We're just gonna have to fix up this mobile version now. And to do that, we're gonna change the max width here. And that's gonna be a max width of, well, 100%, but we'll just have some margin left and margin right. So let's jump up here. And over here, when we get to SM, we'll do margin left and margin right, 30 pixels, and max width can go back to initial. Great, let's refresh that, and see how that looks. And that's taken effect. So that's looking good. Is that 30 pixels or 15 pixels? Let's double check. No, it's 36, but I'm going to use 30 in this case because otherwise it might get too small. So that's all looking good now. The only other thing is for the top section there, when we get to a responsive viewport, we have that free shipping that's popping up. So let's make sure we put that in, and that happens just when we get to the mobile responsive version. So let's have a look where it disappears. It disappears right about here. And it comes back later on. So let's have a look at putting that in. Now we'll have to go back to our home page here, to our header here, and take a look where that is. So that should be near the top bar. It should be right under it actually. Maybe, let's take a look here. So then we've got our logo in here, so it should be just above this item here. So what we might do is we might put it in here, and we might call it top shipping. Maybe we do mobile top shipping -info. That's pretty descriptive because otherwise later on, if we look at this class, we need to know where it's going. We'll put this text in there, and we'll also copy over this icon that we were using previously. This will later be a link. So for the time being, I'll just leave it as is. And let's create a class over here for this. If we take a look at our actual design, and if we put it in, it's not looking too good because it doesn't have that margin from the left class in there. I'm going to put that in here and apply that and refresh one more time. That's in line now. And there's a bit too much margin there from the top, and that's for where the nav bar is currently. So I'm going to remove this whole nav bar. We don't need this right now. It's not really doing anything for us. So over here, got nav. Let's remove that. And then we've got nav wrapper. Let's remove that too and save that. That's looking a little bit better. Now this free shipping option, how much padding does it have from the top there? It's not much, just a little bit, maybe 30 pixels. So up here in our CSS, we'll jump in here and do margin top 30 pixels. Easy. Now we don't want this to be visible to start off with. We only want it to be visible when we get to that maybe LG viewport. So we'll do the responsive query here with the media and refresh once more. So now we're going down to about, it's actually going to be XL, the XL viewport. And we want this to be a block when it appears. So there it is. And that's too far. XL is too far, so we'll do LG again. Refresh that one more time. And there we go. You see it popping from the top there down to the bottom. Now it's pushing our logo down a little bit, and I don't know if we want that. It does seem to happen there, but let's have a look at the padding from the top for the logo. It's about 80 in height. And here it's about 80 in height, so I guess we'll keep it. But going down to a smaller viewport, I want that padding to disappear. So let's grab this top logo holder here and create one more responsive viewport on SM where we only do a 30 pixel padding from the top. And there it is. And double check that that's the same as our design. In our design, it's actually 60 pixels, so we'll update that and refresh once more, and that's looking a little bit better now. So great, we've got most of the homepage up and running now. That's really cool. I guess we can now move on to the next element. And that'll be this one over here, where we've got the first part of the story. That's pretty easy. We can just create this text over here with a call to action and an image there on the right hand side. But there is one thing I've missed out here, and it's these two boxes over here. These are pretty simple to do. They've just got a white background and some text, so let's add them in. They exist just underneath our entry points here for our call to action. They're slightly smaller, so what we'll do is for each one of these, where we've got a... oh, that's not very good. Let's fix that up. Here, and this one over here. Let's create one down here, and we'll have this as a, it'll still exist here in our row, but this will be a call-sm-6, and this will use up 50% of our content. This won't be exactly a call to action. Maybe it'll be a call to info. Maybe we'll just call this info to keep it simple. And we'll have one here. And we'll have one more down here. The second one is this one here. Now, for these two bits of information, there's a bold effect that's happening. So we'll add a strong tag, and this will make the font size stronger and more bold. And for each one of these, they've got some styling, which will also apply. So right now, here they are. And let's jump into our styling over here. Let's go here to our section for call to action. And here we'll pass in info. We want this to have a background of white. The font size is font size 18, and it's just a normal black color from what I can see. And finally, we have a little arrow there at the end, which we'll add a little bit later. It's got some padding, and otherwise they're mostly squares. So let's jump over here to our theme and apply that, and apply the padding too. Let's do padding of about 10 pixels and 15 pixels. They also have a bit of a margin. Now we can put these on our action items. We can do margin bottom of 30 pixels. And let's double check our design over here. So it's actually just a little bit more than 30 pixels. It looks like 35. So this one here on the left is 30. This one here on the bottom, yes, it's 35. So let's save that and refresh. So there they are. And the only other thing I'll do over here is maybe give them also a margin bottom of maybe 15 pixels. That way they'll wrap once they go responsive. Now if we resize them, you can see that on this viewport, they're not sizing correctly. Here, they break apart when they collapse to that viewport size. So what we want to do is do a mat media query with a max width of LG. And for the strong tag, we'll make it a display of block. And this will make sure it's on a single line. Let's refresh that. We might have to make that apply on the XL viewport. Let's double check, and that seems to have taken effect. So that's looking good. And then when we get down one more level, it seems that the font size is decreasing a little bit there. So now it's going to font size 16. So let's copy this over. We'll do font size 16 pixels here. We'll do this on the XL level. So if we refresh that, should eventually take effect. Maybe not yet. What's going on there? So it is font size 16 there, but still seems to be breaking the line. In terms of that, not much we can do really. We could force it to just not overflow. That's one way. What else could we do? Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So we'll use that wrap that we had last time with no space and the overflow effect. And we'll just paste it in here. So let's refresh that and resize, and that way it's not breaking the line there. So that's a little bit better. It's got a bit more padding there, but I don't like how much padding it's got there because it's not consistent with the design. So I'm gonna not do that. The font weight here is medium and light, but here on the left, it's also, let's have a look. It's also light and medium. So it's more or less the same. Let's have a look here. We could make this a little bit lighter. So what we'll do is over here, do font weight, and we'll do that to 200. Let's apply that and double check, and that's looking a little bit better now. Great. So we've got these two sections now done. I think this was actually meant to be on the XL. Go refresh that one more time and resize it. No, definitely on the LG is too far. Great, refresh. All right, that's looking good. So we've got that bit now done. The only thing now is if we take a look at this from the bottom, it's still 200 pixels, so that's perfect. So altogether, now we need some padding here from the top. Now I've got the 200 pixels, but we're going to have to put in another 100 pixels. So the padding from the top on this home about us section will be 300 pixels. And that's when we can start adding in our content. Now for this content, it's got its own stuff in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a class in here, and this will be margin from the left. And not exactly, because we've got this gigantic image on the right there. Just having a look at how we make that responsive. So here it overlaps onto 3 elements. It's quite large, to be honest. And then it finally collapses down on this viewport over here. And it's between the about section and the join us section. Just thinking how we can design around that. What I'm thinking is that over here, what we'll do is we'll create that margin from the left, and we'll create that H2 tag and that P tag. So for the H2 tag, we're just going to copy over this text that we have. For the P tag, we'll copy over this story. And we also have a button in here, and this button here has some information. So I'm just going to do a button, and let's first design these elements. So this stuff here is actually going to be in a row. This row is only going to be about half the column size. So let's apply that in and double check that that's about right. So this is about, actually it's about 8 in terms of column size, which is 66%. So let's refresh our page over here, and here it is. What we want is we want this to be crimson text, font size 60, italics. So let's jump over here and create that H2 tag. And we'll grab that crimson text that we have for the font family, do font size 60 pixels, and font style italics. That should take effect over here. That looks good. And then for this subtext over here, this is font size 24, extra light. So we'll jump back in here, P tag, font size 24 pixels, font weight 200, and apply that in. So that's looking good. And what's the line height on this? It's just a little bit less than what it should be. Is that the line height there? Not sure what that is. I don't think that's the line height, but oh, maybe it is. All right, the line height is 36 pixels, which is more or less what we have here. And finally, the button here is black. And to do that, we're going to create a button design over here. And we'll set this to button dash primary. We'll do background will be black, color will be white. Border radius, I don't think it has a border radius, so we'll do 0 pixels. And we'll paste this attribute right into our design over here under the button. Let's apply that, and there it is. It also doesn't have an outline. So do outline none and border none as well. Let's refresh that. It looks better. And we've got a main theme variable, which is here. And we want this to change. We want this to be this primary color over here. So let's apply that over here. Let's refresh. And that's looking a little bit better now. It's got some more padding here on the left and right. So we'll add that in too. Let's jump in here for the button. We'll do padding left. We'll do 1.5 EM and padding right 2.5 EM. Let's refresh and have a look. That's looking a little bit better. Might do 1.5 EM for this case. But over here, we'll add that button class. And maybe we'll do a padding right to 3 EM in this case. And we'll add the icon in after that. Now the icon over here is a chevron right. So we'll jump in here to the design. We'll add an FA-FA chevron right. We'll apply this in. It should show up. There it is. We might change this from a button to a margin left. And we'll do this at 1.5 EM. And that should essentially have the same effect. It'll just make the arrow a little bit there on the right. So that's looking good. That's what we wanted. It's got a little bit more padding on the top and the bottom. And this font size is 16. So what we'll do here is we'll create the button class. We'll do font size 16 pixels. And for the main button up here, we'll do padding 1 EM. And that should make the top and bottom a little bit bigger. There we go. It's a little bit too big, so I'm going to do 0.75. And that's just about right. So I'm happy with that. That looks good. We also need to capitalize it. So let's do text transform uppercase. And that's that done now. So we've got this section over here, and is that using the right amount of space? Yeah, it is. So it should break off just about here where we'll put the image. Now this image, this isn't going to be easy. We're going to have to create this image to exist and overflow 2 or 3 sections. 1, 2, 3 sections over here. This image here right now has a width of about 800 pixels. And let's create something around that. Now I'm just going to create a thing here called large image. And this is going to be included maybe here even from the margin from the left. Okay, and for this large image, we'll create a class here in the CSS for this. And this will be all the way down here in the Home About Us section. And what this will do is this will be a position of absolute. It'll start from the top at 300 pixels and from the right at 0 pixels. And for that to work, we'll have to make this parent item a position relative. This currently has a height of 130 pixels and a width of about 800 pixels. We'll do a background of dark gray just so that we see it for the time being. And have a look if it pops up. So there it is. Now, the hard part is making it responsive, because while it exists here and flows on, it lives by itself and it doesn't really affect any other elements. So we're going to have to manually have it affect other elements in the design. Now to start off with, to do that, what we might do is set it to exist as a viewport width rather than a physical width. So over here where we've got the width, we might want this to be 33% of the view width. Let's apply that, and that's not exactly enough. We need a little bit more there. Let's try 50 view width and see where that gets us. So that's looking pretty good. It's almost at where that element should be, which is just over here, but not quite. And it still doesn't respond very well when we're changing the size. So anything above 160 pixels, it's okay, but it's still a little bit much. So I'm going to do this at 45%. Refresh that one more time. Because essentially when it gets to 1200 is where we want it to essentially break, insert, or 1500 is where we want it to break and become smaller. So for that, we'll maybe do it at 40 view width. Where is that? 40 view width. Refresh that. And that's just about right now. So we'll leave that as is. And then what we'll do is at media, max width, dash width, XL, the variable name there. We'll do a width of 35 view width and apply that. Take a look at our design here, and that's about right. And let's have a look if that responds accurately. So we'll move it down here. As soon as we get to 1500 pixels, it's changed here. So this can actually be a little bit bigger. Maybe we'll do this at something like 30. Well, actually, we'll keep that as is. We'll do this as 37.5. Refresh that once more. That's the full width there. And that gets here, and then it resizes. And then we'll get down here. This is about LG. And at about LG, it resizes again. And here it might go down another few pixels. What we might do is we might also change the background so we can see when it's changing. So here we'll do red, here we'll go blue, and here we'll go green. And have a look at how that's changing. So that's red, blue, and then here it's green. Green doesn't seem like it's enough, so we might change this down to 30 pixels. Refresh that. So red, blue, green. And this is about the viewport where we'll want it to collapse down even further. Now, as we're seeing these collapses, this goes 60 pixels and 24. And the next viewport is 48 and 18. So let's apply those here on our design for the H2 and the P tag. So here and here, we'll want to change the font size. This will go down to 18 pixels. And I think this went down here to 48 pixels. The next one is over here, and this is still, so this actually goes down to 36 pixels now. And this one here still stays 18 pixels. So we'll remove this for the time being. Let's see the padding. The padding stays mostly the same, so we can leave that. And let's refresh our design and have a look at what happens there. So this gets smaller, this gets smaller. And when we get to about here is where we want design to really change. We want this now to be 4 columns. So to do that, we're going to create a little bit of a column change here. We'll do col-XD MD-6. And this will use up only 50% of the column. So let's refresh that. It's a little bit better. And then we'll have to add a responsive element over here. For the large image on MD. Now what's MD over here? 992 pixels. And we'll do this back up to 37.5 view width. And we'll make that back to red. So let's see how that applies. We could even make that a bit bigger. We could even take that up to 40 view width. That would probably still fit in there. So that's definitely fitting in there. So it gets smaller and smaller, and then it gets bigger again. I'm going to do 42.5. Because the next media query should be at 768 pixels, which is just over here. And that's where we stop it from being a thing that is an absolute position. So what we'll do is over here on SM, we're going to do the width to 100%. We're going to do the position to relative, top to initial, right to initial. We're basically going to remove all this styling we did. And the height maybe to something like 480 pixels. We'll change the background to blue again. That should be it. So let's refresh that one more time. And there we go. So that's responding really well. Now, by making this a position of relative, we've lost the overflow that we've had here on these buttons. I'm just going to fix that up real quick. And over here, I'm going to do a position of relative for these, and a Z index of maybe 500, just so they're on top. Let's refresh that quickly. That's fine. And let's make this a little bit smaller, smaller, and smaller, and that's responding really well now. With this background image over here, when it gets to this point, we'll do a margin top of, we should actually have a look what our design elements here say. So this over here has a margin top of 30 pixels and a height of 534. So I'm going to apply that in. Over here, 530 pixels for the height, margin top, and a margin right of -30 pixels, just so that it makes its way all the way to the right there. Let's refresh and move that down, down, and down. There it is, but it's not doing that margin right. Let's have a look why not. So it is margin right -30 pixels, but that's not applying very well. I'll take a look at that a little bit later. But I'm happy with this element so far. Margin bottom 30 pixels as well. That's beautiful. All right, and there's a bit too much padding there at the top too. So this goes down to 30 pixels only. So do we still have the overflow effect? Yeah, we do, but that overflow gets smaller when we get to this element over here. So let's have a look. From the top, it's only now 130 pixels. So let's fix that up. And then here, how much spacing? 60 pixels. So here we'll do a media query for MD. And what we'll do here is from the top, we'll do 130 pixels plus 60 pixels. And we'll do this as a calculation, just so that we can reference it later. And over here, we'll do the same. So let's do that. Move it up here to a responsive media query. And I believe this was done on MD. Let's have a look. Yep, MD. And we'll do padding top, and this padding top over here. we'll have that calculation of the new padding. And then finally over here, where we actually create the margin bottom of -200 pixels, we'll just have a margin bottom of -130. And that should take effect. Let's refresh that and have a look. There we go. And that's responding really well. Now this is actually happening, I think, a little bit sooner on the LG level. I'm just going to apply this on LG, LG, and over here on LG, and refresh that. There we go. So here it's getting a bit closer to our elements. Yep, that's looking good. And we'll keep resizing, and that's making its way all the way in. Over here, these elements essentially have a different lot of padding when they get to the SM level. But I think the way it is now is okay. We could probably push it up a little bit, maybe by about 150 pixels. But I'll leave that till a bit later. Great. So we've got this image now done and responsive, and make sure the button and everything is responsive too. Yep. Everything seems to be working really well there. Now that we've done that, we could probably just put the picture in, because we do have a nice picture in here and we haven't even exported it yet. So I'm going to do that now. Let's export this image as a JPEG straight into our folder. And we'll rename this to massive right image, because that's what I essentially think it is. And in our code, we'll import it straight in. We'll do background image URL. We'll pass in the URL over here and the image. And for this image, we'll copy over some of the stuff that we've done previously for our background images. So background image, and I think we had one somewhere over here that had all the details. We'll copy that just down here. We'll remove this background color, and we'll do a background color of dark gray, and that'll apply until the image is seen. So here's our image, and it's looking good. I haven't had any hover effects on there, but you know, it's high quality, and that's the main purpose here for it. So that's looking good. Let's do a hover effect, and that hover effect will be to do that transform. We'll refresh that, and no, I don't like that, so I'm removing that. We'll have no hover effect for this image because it doesn't need it. Great. Now we can look at doing this section over here to join our community. And this looks like an email sign up to maybe MailChimp or something like that. Should be pretty easy. It's got a pretty standard height. We could also probably remove the height that we have manually set over here for the About Us section. So if we do that, we don't have any padding there at the bottom. And the amount of padding we need is about 115 pixels. That shrinks to 90 and then shrinks down to 60. So let's put that in. Over here, we'll put in padding bottom 115 pixels. And let's create those responsive padding changes. So we've got one here where we'll change the padding bottom to, I think it was, what was it here? This was 90 pixels. And again on the MD level. And then that was 60 pixels. Does it change again here for the mobile version? Let's have a look. It does. It's got a bit more padding there because the image is actually overflowing to the next section, and this then increases to 246. So let's put that in SM 240 pixels, and we'll cut these sections out for the top. Great. So let's have a look at our padding. Yep, and that looks good. What we'll do is for this image over here, we're still getting the color overflowing, so we're gonna remove that. And in terms of that transition, probably don't need a transition, but let's apply one and see what happens when we resize. So it's sort of resizing, but I don't like that, so I'm gonna remove the easing since we want a crisper, responsive design, so we don't want it animating. That looks better. We also have one here for MD. Let's remove that. Beautiful. Now, this one here has a negative margin, and that negative margin is about, let's jump in here for the mobile version, double check what that is, 280 pixels. Let's put that in, refresh, and there we go. And then let's create this next section over here. This next section is join our community. So I'm going to do home join our community. And currently this has a height of about 400 pixels. We'll add this section in here on our home page. There it is. And for now, I'm just going to leave it blank and just make sure that that overflow effect is working okay. So here, this image margin doesn't seem to be taking effect properly. It's meant to have a negative margin of 280 pixels, but that doesn't seem to work. Not too sure why. Maybe because this padding at the bottom is a little bit too much. So this padding on the bottom, I'm just going to make it, what, this is 240 pixels, this is 280 pixels. I'm going to halve it. It's up here where we've got the padding from the bottom. I'm just going to decrease that to 140. Maybe even make that 30. That seems to have worked a little bit better. I'm going to leave it like that. It seems to work much better for this responsive design. It allows this element to then exist a little bit there at the top and a little bit there at the bottom. We could probably even remove that altogether. And that'll actually probably work the best. There, that looks, oh no, that did not work at all. Let's refresh that. There. Okay, so let's add this join to our community section over here. And what we'll do is, this looks like it's going to be a contact form. So I'm just going to log in over here and create that contact form. And we're going to have to install a WordPress plugin to be able to do that. So we'll just jump in here to plugins and add a new one. I'm just going to use that very popular contact form 7. And that'll get us started. So we'll go here to add plugins. We'll select the first one here, which is contact form 7, and hit install. Once that's done, we'll hit activate, and that'll get us up and running for that. And for our form, we just need 3 things: the name, the email, and a button that says subscribe. So let's jump in here to the contact form and create a new one. And we'll call this newsletter sign up homepage. And let's add those 3 things. So here we've got the email. I forgot the name. Shouldn't have deleted that. So name, email, and submit here, which we'll rename to subscribe. Great. We'll also add placeholders here. For the placeholder here, we'll just have name. And for the second one here, we'll just have email. Let's save that, and we'll get a little short code in here that we can paste into our content. So we'll paste that over here. We'll do a PHP query for echoing the do shortcode function on WordPress, and we'll pass in the shortcode that we want to print out, and we'll close that tag. Perfect. And let's take a look at this in the design. We'll just scroll down here. We'll log out just so that this isn't in the way. And let's scroll down here. So here it is. So we're going to have to design the elements around this section here. So we're going to do a section here. Home, join our community. And let's browse here to the file. So this has currently a height of 400, but I'm also going to do a background of light blue, just so that we can see where that is. So if we refresh that now, we also have to rerun gulp. There we go. Let's have a look what's going on. Great, looks like that's applied. So what we'll do is we'll have a look at the design over here. We need this large section for join our community. So this can be a nice H2 tag we'll apply. And let's put this into our code over here as a H2 tag. Then we need a small description over here, and this can be a simple P tag. Then finally, we need to style this all correctly. So if we take a look at the style in here, it's completely center in our design, but it's justified, or the text is aligning there on the left. So we're gonna have to put this in. This P tag also has a max width, which is about the width of the H2 tag over here. So let's have a look what we can do to make this happen. I'm gonna save this and also put a font size 60 in here for the H2 tag. And let's see if we can clear up the design to sort of follow this requirement. So here's our content. And what we'll do is we'll do a display of flex. Then in this section over here, we're actually going to put this all into a single div, just so that that flex can then center it. I'm just going to put this in like here. And then for this flex, we're going to do a justify content of center and an align items of center. And this will completely center all our elements in this div. The contact form there doesn't seem to be fitting in properly, and that's because the theme builder is overriding its max width. So I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to remove the margin as well. Let's refresh that, and that's looking a little bit better now. We might want the width only to about 100%, but I think that's already being applied. Then we probably also want this to have a similar container width to what we have here above. So to be able to do that, we're going to have to copy over some of that code for the containers here. And this is this one over here. We're going to copy this into the div. And I'm just going to place this in and then close it off with 2 more divs. Great. Let's refresh that. And that's looking a little bit better now. We might also have a look at how that looks like in here. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make sure that this exists a little bit different. We might have to actually create the row inside. So we'll remove this justify and align, and we'll refresh this once more. Great, we'll remove the display. Let's refresh that again. We'll also need to add that margin. So margin from the left over here. And we'll place this in here. This should be a good spot for it. Let's refresh that again. Great, and now we just need to center it. So what I'm going to do is for this section over here, I'm going to give it a padding top of maybe about 100 pixels and maybe a padding bottom of about 100 pixels as well. When we do that, we could probably remove the height, but let's see how that looks to start off with. That looks alright. It's a little bit bigger than I want it to be, so we might just do 85 pixels and 85 pixels. the goal is to get it to about 400 pixels in height. It's a little bit more, we'll do 75 pixels here and 75 pixels there. That should be just about perfect. Great. Then we can update our contact form over here. Right now, this is breaking the line on each one of these elements, and we don't want that. Let's have a look at the design here and see why it's doing that. So here we've got a p tag with 2 spans and an input field for the submit. So what I might do is I might put all of these inside of an extra div. So let's go here back to our admin. And we'll just jump in here to contact forms and go here to the newsletter sign up. And these items here we'll put inside a div, and with this div we'll give it a class name, and this class name will be maybe a contact form flex, and that'll let us know that we're trying to flex these items. So once that's done, we can go back to our website. I'll just log out of admin here. And in our CSS over here, we can pass that in to display flex that contact form, which should align these items across. That's looking better. Let's clean up some of these elements here for the input, because they don't look exactly the same as our design here. So over here, we're actually going to be applying that color with a couple of elements here, such as the background for the subscribe button. Those inputs have a little bit of spacing in there. It's about 30 pixels, so we'll put that in as well, and that's a little bit from the top there too. So what we'll do is over here for the inputs, you can start overriding some of these design choices. So I'm going to come up here and copy over that secondary color and scroll back down here and put the background here and apply it as a secondary value. Let's make sure we spell that correctly. And let's do also a border radius on here, and we'll actually set it to 0 because right now there is one being applied and we want it to be square. I've applied those two, and if we take a look at our design, that's looking a little bit better. We'll also need to make sure that, let's see here, these don't have an outline, because right now they do have an outline, if you can see that. So let's fix that up. We'll do outline none, and also border none as well. There we go, let's save that. We could probably also remove that light blue color that we're applying. And finally, we'll also want to set them with a bit of a margin. So we could do that in a couple of ways. We could turn this into a grid, for example, and we could create some fractional units, but in this case I want to keep it a flex. And I'm just going to do a margin right of 15 pixels here. Let's apply that and refresh. I think that's working, except I can't see the margin there. Let's see what's happening. We might have to apply these on the spans. So I'm just going to go up one level and apply them over here. So that's working a little bit better. And if we take a look now, the subscribe button is a little bit smaller and it's also black. So what we can do here is we can do an input with an and type equals submit, and for this one we'll do a background of black and a color of white. Now this background isn't exactly black, it's more an off black, sort of like our base color, which we haven't actually set. So let's set one over here, and this is the number 1A color that we have over here, which is a very dark black, but not pure black. So we'll pull that color in and pass it in as a variable. Let's apply that, and we'll see that submit button should turn black. That's looking better. And if we zoom out a little bit, that subscribe button is way too big. So we're going to do a max width of maybe something like 5 EM. And this is just going to be based on the font size, just so that it stays responsive when we resize it. There we go. So that way we've got a bit more space for our name and our email, which can expand out, but will shrink when we shrink the design. And here we're going to have to look at the responsive elements, but that gets us started there with that content. Let's have a look at the padding. Now, the padding, there's a bit of padding there from the input field to the top of that element. It's about 35 pixels. The rest doesn't really have padding. So over here, let's do margin top 35 pixels. And let's also do some of those H2 and P tag elements. So here we've got the P tag and the H2 tag. For the P tag, this is a font size of 18, extra light. And this one up here is a font size of 60 with italics too. So let's do font style, italics. We also want that font type of crimson. So we'll pass that in down here as well. And for the P tag, this had a font weight of about 200. So we'll apply that. The font size was, I think, 18 pixels, so we can put that in as well. Great, that looks pretty good. I guess what we can have a look at is the responsive elements now that we've got that up and running. Now let's just double check everything's correct. So this element here actually does need to have that secondary color on a stronger weight. So that over here is secondary-500. Let's put that in. We'll set color equals value of secondary 500 and apply that. Make sure that is the color that we're looking for. Yep, it is. And there we go. If we expand this out a little bit, we'll have a look at how the responsive elements occur. So they're occurring the same as the section above. We've already done the responsive design for that. So I'm going to copy that over and paste it right here below. That should work a little bit better. And that should update as we need it to. Let's have a look at the P tag here. It actually gets a little bit smaller when we go to Excel. So in this case, I might apply that as well to a 16 pixels when we get to Excel. That should provide us with about the same sort of a update to the responsive design. Great. So that's looking good. I guess what we can look at now is making it more responsive when we get to this viewport. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to give it more padding from the top. And this is about, let's have a look what we have here in the large image. So here it's about 280 pixels. So what we'll do is we'll pass in this same media query over here. And this time we'll just pull in this section here where we'll do padding top. And we'll do a calculation, and we'll do that 280 plus the 75 pixels we passed in before. And let's see what this looks like when we have it applying. So this might be a little bit earlier. I think this might be on the MD size, but let's refresh and have a look again. That is not applying correctly. I'm not too sure what's going on there. Let's have a look. We've got our section here. I'm applying this to the bottom, that's why. So let's apply this to the top variable, and that should fix it up. We'll refresh that once more, and we can see there it is. That's too much, so I'm just going to move it up to 30 pixels, and that should be better for a mobile design. If we refresh that a couple of times, we can see that it's taken effect, and we've got about that same amount of pixel spacing from the top there. We'll expand this out, and we can see now the responsive design elements are working pretty good. The only other thing is this section here for the contact form. When we get to SM, we could probably turn this into a normal display block. And for the spans, we could remove that margin on the right. We'll set this to 0 pixels. And let's have a look at the design for that. We'll refresh, and we can see it's taken effect here, but the one thing that I've noted is there is no margin bottom, so we might apply that instead of a margin right. So here we'll do bottom, and we'll do 15 pixels. Let's take a look at our design. And that doesn't seem to have applied. Let's see why not. We have a look here on our span. It is applying, but because our span is not a display block, it's not working. So we'll just set this to a display block. Let's apply that once more and refresh. And there we go. So that's looking a little bit better now. And I think that we could even apply this on this this breakpoint here, because there's not much room here to write that. So what I might do is I might push this up to MD and refresh and see how that looks. And we'll push this up to MD as well. Yeah, that looks much better. Now, I haven't actually looked at the different viewports here, but looks like I've done them accurately. We can see that we've got this section over here, and they do break at this tablet view, and then over here they are collapsed. So that's good that I intuitively figured that out, but it's always good to use your design first, because otherwise you might have to go back and do it again. So the next part of our design is to do this our collections part here. And if we take a look at this, it's got a few elements in here. It's got a couple of icons, sort of like the call to actions we previously had up here. But it also has a couple of categories in here. So what we'll do is we'll create this H2 tag here, and we'll create a list item of a couple of things here. And below those, we'll have also these items here. Now for these list items, they look like buttons with just a underline here, so we should be able to create those okay. Let's start off by creating this entire section. So what we'll do is we'll jump back into the home page here, and we'll create a section called home-collections. And for this collection section, we'll put a div inside here. And before we do that, let's create the height for this in our CSS. We'll create this section down here, and we'll just make sure we copy over that name. And we'll set the height here to 540 pixels, which is what it is. We'll also set the background to have that secondary color, which is a little bit darker with a 500 weight. So let's refresh our design, and there it is. So that's looking good. What we'll want to do is we'll want to add this H2 tag in here for our collections. So let's jump in here and create a div. And with this div here, we'll put the H2 tag inside. There we go. And with this div, we'll want to create a margin from the left class name again, just so that it's got accurate spacing. Below that, we'll do a LI, a UL and an LI. And in this LI, we'll add our first button in here. And this might just be a classic A tag for the button design, nothing too complex. And we'll copy this out a couple of times and put the content in there. So in this case, if we have a look at the content, we've got one here for photo journals. We also have one for accessories. We'll put that in here. We've got this one here for gifts, so let's copy that across. And one here for regraphics. Here we go. So let's just have those 5 to start off with, and let's see if we can style this. Now this H2 tag has the same design as the previous H2 tags we created. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy over this H2 tag over here and place it down here. But for the color, it's actually just a white color. So let's just do that as white, and that should look good. Now, next up, for these list items, they look like they're in a column design. If we have a look at the design we had up here for these, we might copy over those aspects and apply the same down here. So let's go up here to our call to action. And before here, we can see that we had a couple of items. Where were they here? Call to action, and here's an action item. And here's the title and the image holder. So we were repurposing these as they occurred. But if we scroll up here and have a look at the actual content, we were using Bootstrap to create these columns. So let's do that. we'll jump down here, and instead of doing ULs and UIs, we'll do a row. And for this row, we'll do a column -LG maybe 3 in this case. And in this one, we'll add that A tag. Then we'll copy this out a few times, and we'll replace the content that we had with the previous ones in here. This way, Bootstrap is doing the hard work of creating the columns for us, and we can focus more on the content itself. So those are 5 examples, and let's apply that and take a look at our actual tags in here. So here they are, and they're not showing up in terms of color yet. So we're going to have to set the color here for an A tag to have a color of white, the border bottom of 1 pixel, solid white. And that should be correct, I think. Let's double check here and have a look at this item over here. So this is actually 3 pixels, I think, in height. Yeah, it is. That's probably incorrect. It should probably be 2. So I'm just going to refresh that. That should do. So those are showing up now. These also need to be a display of block. So we'll apply that. And there they are. So that's looking good. But it seems that our H2 tag style hasn't applied here. Let's see what's going on. It is a H2 tag in here, and it exists, but its font size of 60 pixels isn't applying. That might be because we're not in the right viewport, but that's okay. Now, why aren't the columns on here working just yet? So if we take a look, it's because we might have to lower these from LG down to SM. So let's refresh and apply that, and there they are. Finally, we might want to give them a bit more spacing and padding. So in here, they have quite a bit of padding. Their padding from the bottom is 15 pixels, and I'd assume from the top it is as well. So we're just going to do a padding of 15 pixels for all elements there. And there we go. So that's taken effect. And finally, there's some overlay there for that image. In this case, on the design here, that actually exists below. We've got a lot more padding on the top of this element. So we'll have to add that in. The padding from the top is about 130 to 140 pixels. So let's do padding top 140 pixels and apply that. There we go. And that's looking a little bit better now. The only issue being that the image over here is actually making its way all the way down a little bit too far. So we might have to make this image a little bit smaller. And that should be easy enough. Let's just double check our responsive design. So here it works perfectly. So let's have a look at what this is. So on our design here, this is a height of 113 pixels. This height gets repurposed to 530 pixels later in the design. So we might bring this up a little bit, maybe to the LG. Let's refresh that and see what happens. So now it's way too small, so let's put that back. So what we might want to do is just about here, where it's defined originally, we'll change the height just to 1000 pixels. And let's take a look how that looks. That's a little bit too much. Maybe we'll do 1100. Let's refresh that one more time. So that's still probably too much. Let's go back to doing maybe just 1000 pixels and refreshing that. Still too much, maybe 900. Now that's just about right. And now let's have a look at how that works on each viewport. So on the full viewport, that is a little bit too little. We'll put that back up to 1000. Great, that looks fine. Then when we get to the XL level, which is just over here, what we'll do is we'll set the height to maybe 900. Let's try that out. Here's the full width, and then we get down to XL, And that's still too much. 900 is too much. Maybe we'll do 800. Let's apply that and refresh. And there, 800 is just about, oh, actually, no, that's not enough. What happened there? There, 900, great. So we've got 1,900. Then we might have to go down to 800 here. Let's put 800 and refresh that. Perfect. Yep, and then over here, it's gonna get a little bit bigger. So what's going on here? This is width, and we're defining this twice, so we shouldn't do that. Let's remove that and put that in there. And over here, we'll bump it back up to maybe 1,000 even, because it looks like it needs quite a bit more there. Maybe even 1,100. Yep, so that looks better. So there we go. And then on this viewport over here, it compresses back down. All right, so I'm happy with that. We've got the buttons in here now defined. They're using up a little bit too much of the width there comparing with this design. Their design actually has a bit more there, but I think that should be okay for the time being. And if we have a look, there's no padding on the left or right on those, so we'll remove that. Let's have a look down here in our item, and we'll do padding left and right 0 pixels, padding top and bottom 15 pixels. Whoops, that's on the wrong side. There we go. Great, so that's looking good. What we also might do is a different hover effect. So we'll do and hover, and maybe we'll do a background of white and a color of secondary 500. And we'll transition this in. We'll do transition 0.25 seconds on ease on all items and properties. Let's refresh that and give it a shot. There we go. Now, not sure about that. That actually doesn't look as good as I thought it might. What we might do instead is we'll just change the border color. So we'll do border color, and we'll darken this secondary color by maybe 15%. We'll save that, and let's take a look. We'll also remove the text decoration on here because I don't like that underline effect that's happening. So now if we refresh, we've got a nice subtle effect there that's happening with the line getting a bit darker. We could probably do that on the text as well. So let's do color for the text. And that'll darken maybe 25%. So it'll go from white to a nice dark color there. There we go. So that looks good. We can add the remaining items over here, which is one for albums and one for bestsellers. So let's do that. Just gonna copy these over 2 more times and copy over this text. There we go. And one more for bestsellers. We'll put this in the a tag here and capitalize them. The other thing we have to do is we have to do a text transform and make sure they're all uppercase because that's what they are in the design. That should make them a little bit bigger, but that's what our design requires. So that looks good. Let's have a look now at the next part. And it's sort of using these call to actions we created earlier. We could probably repurpose the code that we built for that. So let's scroll up here and have a look at it. Let's grab the HTML to start off with. And this is over here. We created a number of items for that. So I'm gonna copy over the whole section and paste it in here. I'm gonna remove these 2 information blocks. And the other ones I'm just gonna expand out a little bit. Here we go. Now the title is now underneath each one. So I'm gonna put that underneath, and these are all 3 blocks instead of 4 blocks for the columns. So that's looking a little bit better. Let's apply that just to see what we have in our HTML. So they're over here. Now, instead of doing A tags on these, we're gonna have to change these to a class, and we're gonna call these a category. So let's apply that class to each one of these A tags. Oh, we might even just create a top level definer over here and call these categories. And what we'll do is apply the CSS only to the A tags in there. And what we'll then be able to do is create different CSS for the call to action items. So let's refresh that and double check this is all correct. So I think I might have missed something there. That's categories. That's the A tag there, and they should be applying. No, why are they not applying? Let's take a quick look. Ah, we've defined the class twice there, that's why. So let's remove that and refresh once more. So there they are. Now for the call to actions, we'll come up here where we defined the actions before, and we're going to copy this whole section and paste it in below here. And what we'll do, so let's refresh this quickly and take a look. So that's looking good so far. And let's apply this now. See if that takes effect. So there are those images. Now we're going to have to do a couple of changes here. The first thing is we'll do a margin top of 30 pixels for them. Next up, we'll probably want to add one more in, because in our design over here, we actually have 4 of them. So let's copy across and create one more. Great. So that's aligning a little bit more now with those categories we have. And if we take a look, we can see that the margin in this case is utilizing a little bit more of the room. It's actually expanding out just past the image over here. And if we do that for our design, we're going to have to apply the same sort of principles. Oh, actually, no, that might be just because we're on the viewport. So that's fine. That's looking okay. What we'll want to do then is over here where we've defined a manual height, we'll remove that and refresh. That should fix that up. And what we can do is for these action items, we'll do a negative margin. And we'll do maybe of about 100 or 220 pixels maybe. Let's have a look. Great. That's okay. We probably could define that a little bit different. Let's see what we defined up here. So in our CSS, let's scroll all the way back up and let's go here to our action item. So it's actually a margin of 200 in the negative and it goes to 130. So let's come up here for our action items. And instead of defining it in here, we'll create an action dash holder. And in here, we'll define that. We'll pass this class down, and this might actually just be inside of our row. So let's apply that and refresh. We should see that take effect any second now. We've got our action holder with the negative 200 pixels. And this is defined over here. But it doesn't seem to have taken effect yet. Let's see what's going on. So it does have that negative margin, but it doesn't seem to be taking effect properly. We'll have a look at why that might be. But before we do that, let's create one more section down here. We'll have a look at what's next. And here is this story section for my island at home. So let's create a section called my home. That'll be nice and clear. And let's create this with a generic height that we can define just to see if that margin will apply properly. We'll create a height of 1200 pixels in this case, and let's refresh and scroll down. So here we go. Now let's take a look at why the margin isn't applying over here. We've created this action holder. This action holder is here, set in on our row. Here it is, action holder. So what I might do is I might remove this. Then over here, I'll expand this all out just a little bit. And we'll collapse this whole section. This section here, we can call action dash holder. And we'll expand it out one level above. Let's save that, refresh, and make sure that's actually applying. So it looks like it should be. Should have a negative margin of, let's try just a couple of things. Let's do a margin bottom of 15 pixels. So that's not really done anything there for us. What about padding bottom? Padding bottom 15 pixels. So that's worked. All right, next let's try margin bottom negative 50 pixels. Let's see if anything happens there. So nothing seems to be happening there. I'm not too sure why. I'll have to have a look at this a little bit closer. All right, I think I figured it out. It's because by having a negative margin here, it's pushing the whole element down. So what I'm going to do is for home collections, I'm going to create a child div here with the background color. And this background color will have everything that we need for home collections. And we're going to move all the content that we've created in here besides the action holder, which we're going to keep out here. So what we'll do is let's move this all the way in here. Great. And then over here for the action holder, we'll keep this separate. Now we'll have to create another div in here for the margin from the left, but that'll be easy enough to do. Let's apply that and take a look over here, and that should fix it up for us. Now if we refresh, we should be able to see those changes. We'll just have to change the CSS in here so that the background color only applies to the items in the home collection. So let's jump up here to the top and put that in. Let's save that and refresh and see what we get. That's a little bit better there. We'll need to make sure that this background color sort of works. Oh, actually, if we put it back up here, let's double check how that's going. So that's okay. And then for the action holder, do we still have that? Yeah, we do. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to remove this action holder, and we're just going to put it individually on the action items. We'll remove this media query later when we get further in, and this should work. There we go. So that's that. Let's double check our design here to make sure that the height is correct, because I think the height for these are a little bit smaller. If we take a look, the height starts off at about 250. So if we take a look at these action items over here, we can go in and make sure that the height is correct. So here it's way too high. It should actually start at 250 to 60, and it should drop down to then 180 and then even smaller later on. So let's take a look at what we'll do for that. In this case, it should start at -130, and then maybe we might make that a little bit more later on. Let's jump over here, and that's fitting in nicely. Let's make it a little bit smaller and see how our responsive design is for that. So that's good. Let's keep going down further. Now at this point, it doesn't look very good. Let's take a look at our design docs over here. So we can see that when we get to a smaller viewport, this changes to a font size 14. So let's apply that. Let's go over here and we'll do one here for XL. And for XL, we'll apply that padding, but maybe we'll make that even smaller when we go down to MD. Here we can see we get a 4-block layout. So we're going to have to apply that over here. We're going to create different sections here for the MD version. So call MD, and this will turn into a block of 6 for the columns. We'll apply that and save that and refresh. Let's resize here. So that's done that incorrectly there. Let's do that as I believe MD. over here, and over here. And then anything larger will be back to 3. So we'll do that on LG. Now when we go to SM, we might even do that to 12, but let's have a look what's on our design here. So here it actually shows that it'll become a slider. I'm not too sure about that, so I'm going to just leave it at 12 for now. 12, 12, 12, and 12. 3, 3, 3, and 3. Great. So let's refresh our design and scroll down here. So here are our 4 columns. They remain 4 at a smaller desktop level. Then here on MD, they become 4. And then finally, they collapse for mobile. Now we've got that negative margin applying here, so we're going to have to fix that up. And we're going to do this by jumping in here and having a look what we're going to apply here for the margins. Now on LG, we'll do a margin bottom of say 30 pixels. Let's refresh and see if that applies. Great, but we're going to do that on the MD level. So let's refresh that one more time. And actually we'll set that to 0 because we've got a margin off top already of 30 pixels, so we don't want to double that. So that's good right there. And then we've got a negative margin on the last 2 items. So what we'll do is over here, we'll do an nth child equals 2. And we'll do this one over here with a margin bottom of negative 130 pixels. And we'll do that on child, let's see, 3 and 4. Let's apply that and see if it takes effect. Let's refresh here. Have a look. I don't think we've done that correctly, so let's jump back in here and refresh that. And refresh again. We might actually have to do this one level above. So over here, we'll apply dot action nth child, and we'll apply those negative margins to override the one we're setting in here. So let's refresh and see if that's working. So I don't think I've set that incorrectly again, so let's refresh that one more time. Now I'm gonna have to take a look at how to do that properly here. A simple way in this case might be just to add an extra class for each one of these. So we'll call this last and this one second last. So let's apply that, and in here we'll copy over that same media query that we had with the same classing that we had, and this one will be last and second dash last. And we can apply that same sort of styling here. Let's refresh that one more time, and we can see that that styling has applied. So that's looking good. Finally, we'll just do a at media query SM here. And in this case, we'll set it to 0 pixels for the second last. And last, we'll have negative 130. Let's reorder these just so that they make more logical sense in our style sheet here. And refresh that once more. Great, great, and great. So that's looking good. I think we're pretty much done with that section. It's responding as it needs to based on the design documentation. And we can move to the next part. There is also this button here for view collections, so we might also add that in too. Now this sort of exists outside of the whole layout. To add that, we're going to have to take a look a little bit on how we can create that design element. So on this large desktop view, we might actually put it as a position of relative based on the components we have over here. Now let's take a quick gander, and we can see that it starts at the bottom of these call to action items. So here where we have call to action, we'll actually put these in another div so that I can set it to a position of relative. So let's do that. It's a little bit unclean, 1 second. There, that's a bit more beautified using that plugin from VS Code. And now we can create a parent div here. We'll call this call to action, or maybe action items. Let's put that in and copy this div to the bottom over here. And for action items, we'll save this over here. This will be a position of relative. And what we can do is we can create a button now in here. And this button will be the button that we want from our design for view collections. So in our HTML, we'll put this button in here like this. And this could just be an A tag, for example, with a link. So that's nice and simple. And we'll call this view collections and button. So let's save that. And over here, let's create our CSS for it. Now we created a previous button up here when we did our contact form for subscribers. So let's copy over some of the styling we had there and we'll paste it in here for this button. Now we'll also set a color of white and padding of maybe 1 EM and 3 EM. Let's save that, refresh, and we haven't given it a position yet. So let's give it a position of absolute. From the left, it'll be 100% and it'll exist at the bottom. Let's refresh that and save it, and there it is. Now it doesn't have that black background, so let's apply that as well. And the background is over here. There we go. And let's see what's going on. So that's looking okay. Let's have a look. It's got a bit too much padding, so I'm just gonna leave it at 1 EM and maybe 0.33 EM, and we'll make sure that it's a little bit from the left, so maybe margin left 30 pixels. Let's refresh that. Take a look. There it is, and we also don't want it to break the line. So to do that, we'll just make sure that its white space is no wrap. I think that should be okay. Perfect. Let's give it a hover effect. So we'll do text decoration to none. And for the hover effect, we might make it go, maybe color will go black. And the background will go to white. Let's add a small transition in there and we'll do E 0.25 seconds again on all properties. So there we go. Now, it's not hitting the bottom here where it should be. Let's see why that is. If we take a look, it's because we've got that negative margin happening. So we might have to fix that up a little bit. To do that, we might have to do a negative bottom of 130 pixels. So let's apply that and see if it works. Yep, so that's aligned now at the bottom there. We might change the background here to a secondary color. That should look a little bit better when we hover over it. So let's refresh, and yep, that's working pretty good. Probably needs a little bit more padding on the left and the right. Let's double check our design here. Yeah, it's got a lot more padding and it's got that icon there on the right as well. So let's do maybe 1.5 EM, and let's add an i.fa chevron dash right. And have a look if that takes effect. We might also do a little FA in here with a margin left of 0.5 EM. Let's take a look at our design here, and that's looking good. It's more or less what we want. It might need a little bit more padding from the top and the bottom, so I'm just going to do that to 0.5. Yep, and that's sitting very well, similar to our other ones, but still needs a little bit more padding, so I'm going to do 0.66. It's a little bit too much. maybe 5, 5, and that'll probably line it up with everything else. Great. So how can we make sure this button is responsive? So when we get to about here, it's already collapsing, but it's not collapsing fast enough. Let's take a look at our design. So it seems to be collapsing with our design in here, but doesn't seem to be working in practice as well. Let's have a look. So what we might have to do is for this whole section here, I'm going to do overflow -x hidden. Let's see if that fixes it up. It's not exactly what I was after. Let's try y. And apparently that's broken it. Sometimes I like to do this on the body tag. So let's do overflow y hidden. And, well, maybe that was, sorry, on the x-axis. I always get those two confused. There we go. So that'll make sure that we don't get those scroll bars happening, because this element is just a little bit out. But that's part of how the design was made, so we can't really do much about that. When we get to that 4-column design though, which is just over here, we can actually put it at the bottom. So we might do that. So let's make it smaller. And then over here, we're going to put it in. So to start off with, we're going to have to put it at the very bottom of all our items. So that's going to be all the way down here. And when it gets there, we're going to give it some responsive design to remove that absolute position. So let's find where it is. Here it is. We'll do at media, max width, MD, and we'll do position. We'll be back to relative. Let's see. Left will be initial. Margin left. We'll go back to 0 pixels or even initial again. What else? Let's refresh that and just see what it looks like so far. So there it is. We might actually have to have a margin top 15 pixels there. That doesn't seem to have taken effect very well, but maybe what we'll do is margin bottom, and we'll add this to -145. That seems to be a little bit better, but it's not enough, so we'll do 155. That should be just about right. And we also want it to be a display block. That way we can make sure it's utilizing the whole space. Beautiful. Does the text center on that? No, it doesn't. So we'll leave that as is, so that looks good. And let's check the mobile design. That seems to stay consistent with the mobile design as well. Great, so that's nice and responsive now. We can move on to the next block here, which is for my island home. So this part over here will actually be pretty easy to do, because if we move this element out of the way, we just see it's one plain section, and it's just really a column 6 design with most of the column design on that left side there, and just some nice pictures here on the right. So to start off with, I suppose we'll just export this one item here, and we'll export this as a PNG. Let's pull that out, and we should be able to find it in here somewhere. Let's have a look. If we pull it out and browse to this folder path, we'll be able to see that it's just over here. So we'll call this my-home, and we'll be able to pull this into our design. Now here in our code, we already created a section for it called my home over here. It's got a pretty dark background, so I'm just going to apply this straight in. Let's scroll down here to that section, and let's apply that background color. We'll remove this out later on to replace it with this background image. Now let's take a look at this background image as well. If we take a look here, you can see that it's a background image with 80% of a C5 color. And if we remove that C5 color, and click in here for the actual image itself, we can actually export this element too. And that way we can pull it in depending on what design it is. So in this case, I'm just going to pull out the whole element as a JPEG, and we'll save that for web use. Let's take a look in our image folder, and we should be able to see that. We've got this path here. That's not what I'm after, and that seems to have not exported out correctly. This path might actually be in the way of the image. So let's try that again. For this image, we'll export JPEG, and there it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually pull this into Photoshop and redo it. While we can do an overlay with a background color such as this C5 color, it's going to take up more space in our design. If we open it up in Photoshop, we can actually apply this overlay, and then we simply just resize it to the size we need it to be, because right now it's 3 megabytes, which is way too large as well. So let's resize this to 1980. There we go. Let's zoom in a little bit, and let's also add this background with that C5 color that we were setting before for the overlay. And for that, let's set this to 80% and double check that's correct. So let's undo here. So that looks correct. There is no edit blend modes applying to that. It's just pretty generic, but that looks the same. Now we can save this by exporting it for the web and saving it as a low compressed JPEG, maybe even a medium one. And let's save that and apply it here to our folder, which is just over here somewhere. Let's take a quick look. Maybe we'll expand it out over here and copy over the path. I might also save this in my quick access, which apparently it already is. So here it is, and we'll save it to this path here, and we'll delete the other one, but for the time being, we'll just call this background overlay. And over here, we'll be able to apply it now. Now, right now, this actually has a bit of a gap. It's part of that margin that we're utilizing, but it's done a little bit different. So we're gonna have to create some custom classes to achieve that. So let's see how we're gonna do that. If we jump into our CSS, in this section home, we'll create another section, and this section we'll call the actual content. Now for the actual content for my home, this is the section we want that background color to have with that image as well. So let's do background-image URL and pass in that path for the image, which is just over here. Images, and then background overlay. Great. We'll pass in background size, and we'll just set that to cover, and that should be good enough to get us up and running. Now this over here has a margin from the left, and if we scroll up all the way up here and have a look at the margin on the left, we can copy most of these parameters, but we'll remove some stuff. So for example, we don't really worry too much about the max width in this case. We don't want a margin from the right, so we'll remove those, and the rest can essentially be basically normal. Let's apply that and double check how our design looks. We'll add a little bit of a height here, maybe say 500 pixels to begin with, and take a look at our website, which I've accidentally closed off. So there it is. We can see we already have one issue there, and that's that there isn't a margin from the top. So over here, let's do margin top, and we'll do 240 pixels. Let's refresh, and that's looking a little bit better. Let's double check our design over here. Yeah, that's more or less what we want to go for. Now, I suppose if we take a look at the next bit here, we have some content, and this content has a title with a h2 tag. It's got a section here which is a button as well as some information. We've got the image here on the right, a p tag, and two buttons down here, one to read the actual story and one to view all stories. So let's put that in our HTML. Over here, let's go into the actual content and we'll start putting in that content itself. So the h2 tag, which is my home island. Maybe this section over here, which can be called summary or maybe metadata. And for the metadata, we have the category. This is stories. We also have the post details. And for the post details, we have the date. And we have what is posted in travel. Maybe this can be called subcategory. And let's fill this out. So here we'll pass in that date. And over here we'll pass in that subcategory. And we also have an icon here. So this is an i.fa-clock, I think, maybe O. And this one here is a pen, so i.fa-pen. Let's save that and refresh. And you can see that they've applied here, but the pen hasn't. I think that might actually be edit. So let's refresh. That's close enough. Next up, we've got this p tag over here with some content. So this is below our metadata, but it's pretty generic. And then we have the two buttons over here. So we'll make a class for buttons and we'll just create two A tags. And the first can be read this story. Let's paste that in properly. And the second might be something along the lines of read all stories. Let's paste that in. Now both of these also have an icon of a chevron right, so let's put those in here. fa-chevron-right. We'll replace the one here below, and those should be good to go now. The only other thing I might do is give these a class of button, and we can apply the styling to those. Now we've created some of the styling before, but let's take a look. The first thing we'll do is make everything in here a color of white. So let's see if that applies. It's a bit better. And we also need to update the content here. Most of this stuff is actually existing on a column. So let's do a row with a col lg of 6. And here's most of our content. And then we'll have another col-lg-6, and here we'll have that image that we had. And that is, let's pull in this image and we'll just use this PHP path again. We'll pass in image, and this over here is that one we pulled out earlier as a PNG. I believe it's just called my home. So let's pass this in here. And call this Fred Snow my home in the alt tag. And we'll want to give it a width of maybe 100% to start off with. We might be able to change this a bit later, but let's just see how it looks for now. We'll refresh, and there it is. Now let's take a look at some of this content over here. We need a h2 tag, similar to what we've done in our previous h2 tags. So let's copy that across for the styling. There we go. And let's see how that looks. Yep. So let's keep taking a look at this, and we're going to add some padding over from the top here. This padding will be just about 140 pixels from the top and about 170 from the bottom. Let's apply this. Padding top 150 pixels, 140, and padding bottom 170. Let's refresh our design and take a look. So that's looking a little bit better. I think the top wasn't actually that much. Let's double check that. This is 140. That's fine. The image itself has a little bit of a margin there that's negative. So what we'll do is here for the image, we'll do margin top negative, and let's see how many pixels that is. That is negative. So that's about 50 pixels, more or less. Let's apply that. So that looks a little bit better. Now, next up is this H2 tag. It is meant to be 60 pixels. We've already done that. And we also need some margin here from the left. But how's that looking? Let's have a look here. So have a look at all our content. It's we're not applying most of that margin from the left here. I think I've done this bit incorrectly, but that's okay. What we'll do is we'll remove all this. Great. Let's save that, and we'll put this into one of those margin from the left column sections. How will we do this actually? This does have to be done a little bit different due to the fact that we do want to utilize a lot of the content that we have in here. But at the same time, we want the image to fit on the right there. Might do that with a negative margin a little bit later down the track. But let's just do this for now. Let's set this to 6 and maybe this to 8. Now 6 and 6 should be fine. Let's refresh. Take a look. That's looking a little bit better now. The actual content, we'll remove this div. And over here where we had actual content, we'll put this one layer above. We'll put this padding one layer above. We'll put this min height one layer above too. We'll put this background color one layer above. And we'll put this image just here. That should be good. Let's save that and refresh. And that's looking good now. So we've got this whole section over here. Now for this image, it's going to exist a little bit further in. So let's see how we could do this. We've got this design over here. This is almost 8 columns, while the image is more like 4. So let's do 8 and 4 and apply that and take a look. That's a little bit better. We also need to fix up the styling here on our metadata. So we'll create a class over here called metadata and do a display of flex. That'll make it all horizontal. Then we've got another class here, and let's have a look what it's called. Post details. That also needs to be flex. Display flex. Beautiful. So that's all in a single column. Then we've got this text here, which has font size 24 with a light color. So here for a p tag, let's do font size 24 pixels, font weight 200. Apply that, and it also has some padding there from the top. This whole section for metadata actually has a bit of padding. So for the H2 tag, it's about 50 from the top and 50 from the bottom. So let's put that in. Let's do margin top 50 pixels and margin bottom 50 pixels. Save that and refresh. It's a little bit better now. What else do we have to do here? We've got those buttons and we need some padding. I don't know what happened here. Bottom padding 170. Let's refresh that. That's a little bit better. We're almost there. This H2 tag isn't looking like it's 60 pixels, but apparently it is. This one doesn't look like 24 pixels, but apparently it is. That's fine. So now we just need to fill out these sections here. For the metadata, we have a couple. We've got this category. And what we're going to do is create a class in here with a background of black. Or in this case, we've got a variable called base and a padding of about 1 EM. Let's take a look at that. There we go. With the padding, maybe 0.5 EM and 1 EM will be better. That looks good. Then we've got to do the same thing here. I think we have two classes here, one for date and one for subcategory. So date, subcategory, and these have a slightly different design. It's got that secondary color actually here. So let's put in background secondary. And here we'll remove that. Now these are in black. So let's put that as a base color, while this one here is a color of white. Let's refresh that and take a look. So that's looking a little bit better. Also, this category has a margin right of about 1 EM, I think. Yeah, that looks more or less correct. And this section here for the post details, this is a flex of 1 so that it expands out to the whole element. Let's see if that's working. We'll open up our editor here. Here's our metadata, and the post details needs to be flex 1. And I haven't spelled it correctly, but that should do it. Great, so we've got that working. Our image is looking a little bit sad there because it's so small. What can we do to make this a little bit bigger? Right now, our margin from the left doesn't work very well because we're sort of having an odor there from the right. And a max width that's sort of pulling that away from where it should be. So there's two ways we could do that. We could do an absolute position for the image here on the right. And I think that might be the way to go in this case. And that way the rest of the content we can work on right now. So what I'll do is let's create these buttons over here. And we'll make these a display of flex. And for the button design itself, which is an A tag, we want them to be a display of inline dash block. And we'll pull in some of our button design from earlier. I think there's one somewhere up here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look in here. What we'll do is copy over again some of those design elements we created earlier and paste them in here. Let's refresh and take a look. Those are in there. We might have a look at making sure that we've got some more spacing on the FA element. We'll do a margin left of 0.5 EM, similar to what we've done on previous designs. And that should be good. This main first one though will be a bit different, so we can do something for that. What we'll do is we'll create a and first child with a background of white and a color of black. Let's save that and refresh, and that should take effect. So that's a little bit better. We'll do the text decoration as none, transition as E0.25 seconds old, and we'll add a hover state. And this hover state might be something simple like a background of the secondary 500 shade with a color of maybe base. Let's save that and refresh and take a look. So that's looking good. I'm pretty happy with that. And we can now look at fixing up this image over here. Now, let's see what we can do for this image. Right now, it's in a column and it exists over here. But what I'll do is I'll move this out and create its own section over here. So we'll take it all the way out of this section, all the way out, and we'll put it in here. And we'll call this maybe something like large photo album. There we go, if I can spell album. And this will have an absolute position depending on the position of its main element. So here I'll do a position of relative. And for the photo album, I'll do a position of absolute, starting from the right at around maybe 30 pixels and the top at around, what is that? About 100 pixels. And for the image, we'll do a width that'll be manual. So we'll set it in the CSS. Here we'll do a width of maybe something like 500 pixels. Let's give it a test. Right right now that doesn't seem to have applied properly just yet, but let's take a look. Make sure everything's set correctly. So there it is in my dash home. And it should apply. There it is. It's here on our right side now. And in terms of the width, we might start off with 45 view width and apply that. See how large that gets. So that's pretty damn large. Maybe a little bit too large. So from the right we'll do 12.5 view width, and here we'll reduce this to maybe 30 view width. Let's refresh and try again. That's a little bit better. We need some more sizing there from the top. I'm going to do that as 140 from the top. That's looking good. And let's take a look at our design over here. That's our design, and that's our content in real life. I think that's okay. If we take a look, we're essentially doing almost 45%. So we could really do this view with a little bit more. We could do maybe something like 32.25, and that'll make it just a little bit bigger. And I think that fits in okay. When we start resizing it, we're going to have a look at how we can make this work. Because right now, when we get to about this point, it's not working very well. Instead of doing a right view width, we might just do 140 pixels from the right. So let's give that a shot and resize that. No, I don't like that either. Let's go back to 12.25 and we'll do a media query in here at media max width. We'll do this at XL, and we'll do this view width as 10. And we get from XL to LG. Let's take a look. Maybe we'll do it to 0 just to make sure. It's applying, so it's applying a little bit too late actually. Let's move this down to 10 and refresh. So I'm actually going to move this down to 5 view width from the right, and that should work a little bit better. So let's refresh that. That looks good. When we get to our XG size, let's have a look at our design over here. It gets a little bit smaller. It gets a little bit more centered. So what we might do is increase this to maybe 10. Let's refresh that. Maybe even a little bit more, maybe 15. And we could probably make it a little bit bigger too. We could probably push this up all the way to maybe 35 view width. Take a look, and we'll place this media query at the bottom so it takes priority. There we go. So going down. From the right there, it's still a little bit too much, so I might do that as 12.5. It's a little bit better. Yep. And then what's going on here? Let's take a look at this next layer here. So now it's just sitting there below everything else, and it's gotten a little bit smaller again. This is getting a little bit annoying because it's not exactly doing what I want it to do. What I might do is I'll stop it from being an absolute position. I'll pull this photo album out here. And we'll place it back in here. We'll do an LG of 6 for this, and do another col-LG of 6 here. And paste this in. Let's take a quick look at how that works. So that's a little bit better. We'll make sure that this width over here is 100%. That's sort of how we want it to be. But for this section where we've got a margin of left, we're gonna overdo this with a width of 100%. See what happens when we do that. I don't think that's taking quite the effect I wanted to yet. So we've got a margin right there of auto. So I'm going to remove that. Margin right auto to initial. And max width will also go back to initial. Let's refresh that and take a look. So that's working much better now. So now if we resize this, it's staying there with a 50% weight, which is what we want it to do. And we want this to break only at the MD level. So we can put this down a little bit further and let's take a look. And the margin right there, we'll remove that for the time being because that doesn't seem necessary. Great, so there's our image. We're gonna give it some of its own margins. So maybe here, margin right, maybe 50 pixels. And margin left, 50 pixels. Let's refresh that. We might have to put that on its container, so we'll do this in the photo album. Let's paste that in here, paste the image in here. And in this case, this left and right section, I'm gonna put above and I'm gonna change this into a padding left and padding right. Let's save that and refresh, and that should take effect. There we go. So that's looking good. Let's double check our design here. We've got a little bit more padding from the right there for all these layers. What is that? Maybe 100 pixels? And padding left 100 pixels. No, padding left can stay 50 pixels. Yep. So that's good. And we've lost the padding here below our buttons as well. If we have a look, oh sorry, the margin. If we have a look, that's about 130 pixels. So we'll apply that here where the buttons are. We'll do margin top 130 pixels, just so that's consistent. So that's good. We're almost finished with this part of the design. The only thing is we have to pull this bar across all the way to the right. So maybe if we go here and do a margin right of maybe negative, what, 200 pixels? Let's apply it and see if that takes effect. So that's taken effect and it's gone over to our image there. So that's cool. Of course, if we make it larger, we might lose that. So we could push the image up a little bit more, maybe by 50 pixels, not much. Maybe just 75, negative 75 should do it. There we go. And now we can make sure that's all working well. Great. So when we get to about this part, we need to take away some of that margin top. So what we'll do is we'll add a @media max width. We'll do XL and we'll change this to 50 pixels. We'll do a max width of LG, we'll do it to 25. And on MD, maybe 50. Oh, sorry, maybe back to 0. Let's refresh and try and do the responsive design elements for that. Let's see if they take effect. So I don't feel like they are. What's going on there? Okay, they are taking effect, but it's almost not visible at all. By the time we get anything lower than MD, then it's not really useful to have a margin top. So what we'll do is margin top negative 50, the rest can go. Sorry, 0, and then the rest can go. Let's refresh that. Beautiful. So that's responding really well now. And let's see the font size, because I think the font size shrinks down a bit. This is 24, but this goes down. Oh no, it's still 60. And here it goes down to 18. So let's do that. Over here, let's create a responsive query. And let's put that font size down to 18 pixels. Let's refresh and take a look. I might do that a little bit earlier. XL. That's better. We might remove some of that strong padding we're applying right now. So here where we've got margin top 130, we might halve that to maybe 75 pixels, maybe 80 pixels. Let's save that and refresh. It's a bit better. Let's take a look at our design over here. It's actually a lot less. So if we take a look here, it's gone down to just about 50 and 50. So where's that? Let's put that to 50. And the metadata section there, that stays the same. And then when we get to this lower point, it's almost only 30. So maybe on MD, we change these to 30 and 30. Save that, refresh, and take a look. Yep. That has to apply a little bit earlier at LG, I think. Yep. So that's good. It's resizing quite well there. Yeah. Let's take a look at fixing up the responsive design elements for this page over here. You can see that when we resize it just to about the LG viewport, it's gonna break over here, and this image is gonna be a little bit too large. So let's start by fixing that up. Let's go here to the photo album class. And what we'll do is when we get to that LG level, we're going to resize it. Let's go over here and maybe we'll do 50% on the width. So let's apply that here. And let's jump in and have a look if that takes effect. So that has taken effect. But what we'll see is that it's applying a little too early. So we might actually put that on the XL level. Let's refresh and try that again. We might be applying that way too early, so let's put that on the MD level and refresh one more time. That's better. Now when we get to this level, we've got that 50% view width, which is what we're after. We'll also have to have a look at updating this section here, because it's using up a little bit too much space too. So what we could do is we could jump in here and we could do col-md- maybe 8. Let's refresh that, and 8 might still be too much. What if we did 6 as well? Just see how that looks. So that's looking a little bit better. I think if we had it at 8, and then what we'll do is for the metadata for the post details, we'll remove some of that negative margin. So let's do add media, max width. We'll do MD and we'll do margin right 0 pixels. Let's apply that and refresh. That looks a little bit better there. It's a bit more consistent with the design. We might need one extra column there just to keep it even. So I might push that up to 9 here. Let's refresh. And that's looking a little bit better. And then we're going to need some margin here from the top for the image section. So over here where I made that image about 50% of the size, I think that's somewhere below. Let's copy over the class here for photo album. We'll make sure that there's a margin top of about 30 pixels. Let's apply that, and that's looking better already. So now as we get down to that viewport, it's fitting in nicely. As we keep going down, we're gonna have to get rid of these stories over here. So this is a category section, and on the SM value, we'll make that disappear. So let's search up for that section here. And over here, we'll create a responsive design element for SM of display none. We'll apply that, and that should get rid of that one. There we go. And if we take a look at our design over here, that's essentially what we're going for. If we take a look at it as well, we can see that it's actually hitting the end of that bracket there, so we'll have to give it a negative margin. We got rid of that before, but this time we'll just do negative 30 pixels, and that should probably push it just to the end there. There we go. So that looks good. If we keep making it smaller, it should get rid of that posted in travel and date, just so there's a bit more space in there. So we can do this here by creating another responsive element where on the SM level, anything that's inside a span will display none. And then what we could do is we can jump in here, and where we've got the posted, we can put that in a span, and in here we can put this into a span as well. So that way those two elements sort of disappear when we get to that view. We'll put the spaces inside, and that should be a lot better now. Let's refresh, and there we go. So we can see that they disappear, but when we get up to the MD level, they appear back up. So that's looking good. Now let's have a look at the width of the image there. So when we get to that SM level, it's almost too small. So when we jump into our responsive media queries over here and find the photo-album, we'll create one more, and this will be on the SM, and we'll just update the width here, and we might put that to something like 85%. Let's refresh that, and that's still a little bit too small, so I'm going to do that at 100%. Great, that looks better. Let's double check. The margin at the top is still 30 pixels. Are there any other margins that's happening? So there's a bit of padding that's happening there. So when we get down to MD, I might remove some of that padding. The padding on the left, I'll reduce it to 30. And the padding on the right, I'll reduce that as well to 30. If we refresh this now, it should fit in a lot better. And that looks good. So just about here, that's our SM level. That's where I might put it up to 85%. There we go. So now it's responding well. It's hitting all our viewports pretty well as well. Now this section here, if we take a look at it, it actually appears straight after our metadata, so above the story. We might have to play around with that because at this point, it's in its own section here. So there's a couple of ways we could do this. For this photo album, we could just make the whole section disappear when we get to that viewport. So let's have a look at how we would do that. Let's expand this out a little bit. And here in our CSS, what we'll do is instead of at an MD, we change all of this. We'll just make it a display of none. And all of this other stuff can pretty much go. Then what we'll do is we'll create another photo album, but this will be a photo album on MD. This will normally have a display of none, but on the MD level it'll appear display block. And I'm just gonna have the margin over here as top being 30 pixels and margin bottom 30 pixels. What we'll do is with that in there, we'll create a new section here. And we'll put it straight below our metadata, and we'll pass in that exact same image here. Let's save that and take a look what happens in our design. So over here, we'll have the image that appears. That's a little big. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that as 85% for the width, and that's a little bit better. For the height from the margin on the top and bottom, I'm just going to do that as 15 pixels for either, because we already have quite a bit of margin. Even from the top, we might not even put any at all. So that's looking a little better too. If we have a look here, my island home is actually a 48 pixels. In our design here, it actually goes down to 36. I might actually keep it at 48. So let's go over here and remove that. We'll refresh the design. That's looking a little bit better. And let's have a look at the margins on that section too. The metadata's got quite strong margins that are applying. So what we'll do is on a smaller viewport, such as the MD, we'll only do 15 pixels and 15 pixels. Let's refresh that, and that's fitting in a little bit better there. And the padding from the top and bottom also reduce quite significantly. They go to maybe 50 and then maybe 30. So what we'll do is we'll jump in here as well, all the way up here. And what we'll do is we'll create those viewports to update accordingly. So here I'll do, let's copy over the padding. We'll apply maybe a padding of 50 pixels and 70 pixels. And then on the SM level, we'll do 30 and 40. Let's make sure we put in PX and not OX, because that wouldn't work. So let's refresh that now. Now that padding is gone, so as we're increasing, the padding is slowly coming back. And there we go. So that's looking a lot better. Let's double check our mobile version here. It's over here, sorry. Yep, that's okay. That's okay, great. So I'm pretty happy with that. I might need a little bit more padding on the top there, so I'm gonna increase these. This is gonna be 50 and 70, and this here might be, say, 70 and 100. Usually I play it by eye, and that gives me a better idea of what's going on, because it sometimes can change when you go into the design of the page itself. Now this P section also has a bit more margins here for those buttons. So let's go to those buttons over here. And maybe on the MD level, we'll push these down to 30. And then on the SM level, push this down to 15 pixels margin from the top. We'll refresh that, and that should take effect, and that's looking a lot better as well now. So that cleans up that design. We can see that that image doesn't appear on the bottom now anymore as well. It is appearing straight on after the metadata. So that's what we were sort of going after. If we take a look at the full size over here, we can see that it's fitting in just right, and we'll be able to do the next two sections here, which is the testimonials, and this section here about what's the minimum, but that should be pretty easy to do. So let's jump in and get started on that now. We'll go in and we'll create a section here. Let's collapse these previous ones we've done just so that we've got a bit more room to see what we're doing. I usually like to do this just so that it's easier to look through the code a bit later on. Here we'll create the section called Home, My Testimonials. Great. And what we'll do is we'll put a class in here, and that class will be that margin from the left. Actually, if we put that in, we're going to lose some of that positioning again. Let me take a quick consideration. How did we do this one before? All right, we'll do the margin from the left. Let's see how that goes to start off with. And in here, we'll do another row, and this will be another col-lg-6 for a 6-column design. And in here, we'll pass in testimonials, and this will be a slider, but I'll make the content for that a little bit later. So for the time being, we'll do a h3 tag in here. We'll pass in testimonials. Here will be a p tag of a testimonial itself. And over here will be another big bold version of what the author is. So we might just call this author. And I'll leave that as is. That's pretty standard. Let's save that and have a look at our design over here. So what we might do is here in our CSS, we can collapse this My Home section, and we'll create a new section called My Testimonials. We'll do a min height again of maybe 400 pixels and a background of maybe just gray color so that we can see it for the time being. So there it is. Now, the first thing we're going to have to do is add some padding here from the top. And we might do that inside this section, which we'll call a testimonial. So we'll create a div for that. And for this testimonial, I'll add the CSS in here. And what we can do is we'll add, I think, what is it, about 100 pixels from the top. So let's do padding, top 100 pixels. I have a H3 tag in here, and this is 36 pixels light. The font size 36 pixels, font weight 200. I guess the color is that secondary 500. So let's refresh and have a look. That's a little bit better. Let's make this background F1 just so that we can see that a bit more clearly. And the text over here is also extra light and it's 24 pixels. So let's create a P tag. And this P tag will be font size 24 pixels. It'll have a font weight of 200 as well. This one might be closer to 300. And let's save that. And both of these are Fira Sans from what I can see, so we can leave that as generic. And finally, we have the author, which is 36 pixels. So let's do author in here, font size 36 pixels. And the font weight for this one is a bit more, it's 500. So we'll put that in and have a look at our design over here. So that looks good. Let's just resize this a little bit. And let's see the margins on everything. So in terms of the margins, there's about, what is this, 30 pixels from the bottom element and about 30 pixels from the top element. So I'll do that in the P tag. Margin bottom 30 pixels and margin top 30 pixels. And just to even that all out, I think it's about 115 pixels from padding from the top for the testimonial section. So if we refresh that now and view it on a full screen against 100% on the design, it should look like this. That looks all right. We can add the little section here from left and right later on, but we just need to fix this color up on here and make it a little bit bolder. So we'll do that to 600 and we'll set the color to that secondary color. Let's save that and refresh, and that's looking much better now. So we could probably remove this background color so that we can see this element clearly. And in terms of the design, yeah, that's spot on. Now we have to have a look at doing this section here on the right. This will be a bit more difficult. There's a few ways we could do this. I suppose we could do a section here called col-lg-6, and here we can put in, what is this section called? What's the minimum? Maybe we'll just call this minimum. And we'll put this into our content here, our CSS, and we'll give it a height of maybe 500 pixels, margin top of maybe -100 pixels, and 150, and maybe a background of red just so that we can see it. Let's refresh that, and there it is. So the first issue I'm seeing straight away is the fact that with this section, because we're using a row on the margin, it's fitting in only from those two max width sections. So we can override that. I think we had an override here when we created the home collections before. Let's have a look. So this is the margin from the left. So let's see where else we're using this. So this is it. We've overridden it by reducing the max width. And we'll paste that in here as well. Let's see if that fixes some of that up. So that's looking a little bit better. Let's take a look at our design here. So in terms of our design and the content over here, it does seem like there's a 1 column gap in between. So we'll add that in. We'll set this to 5. And in here we'll do a col-lg-1, which will be empty for the time being. And there's that little bit of a gap that we need. So if we take a look at our design, this gap technically exists for the section above it too. If we have a look here, we can see that the content over here doesn't really work as well without that. I have to have a think if I'm gonna change that section above or not. Like if we did, let's have a look here. If we made this say 5, this will be, let's remove this to col-lg-1, apply that. Let's see how that would look. So the text is in line a little bit more there. And if we resize that, I guess that sort of works. So that's fine. We'll do that. I wonder if there's any margin from the left happening here. So let's see. This is col-lg6. Ah, the HTML hasn't adapted for that yet. Maybe we didn't save it properly. Let's have a look. Ah, so it should be out here. Let's do that. Save that and refresh. There we go. So that's a little bit better, and that's what I was going for, but we're gonna have to make the margin from the right here a bit more on that element. So before it was about 200 pixels, we're gonna have to add at least another 150 to it. Let's have a look where that negative 200 is. Here it is. So let's make that negative 300 and refresh. Maybe 350. Yep. And then we'll slowly resize it and see what happens. That's still fine. Perfect. So we're going to leave that as is. That works a lot better. And then let's take a look at this testimonial section again. So here for this box, it's got a height of almost 700. So let's put that in. The margin from the top here, it's about 115. And let's refresh. Great. So what we'll do here is we'll grab that color. This is that very light secondary color. Let's apply this in here. And have a look at our design. That's good. And what we'll want to do is we'll want to have this H3 title in here, a P tag, and a button. So let's copy over this section. And in this case, it's just what's the minimum that seems to be added in there. So we'll scroll down to this section here, create a H2 tag. We'll paste that in. We'll grab this P tag over here. We'll paste that in. And we'll grab this button here with frequently asked questions, and we'll put this in as a button here. And this will be an A tag, which we can update with a URL a bit later. Great. And what we can do now is start styling this. Now, a lot of these styles, again, we've done before. So for the H2 tag, let's find a version of that we've done. And here is that. We'll paste this straight in. For the P tag, I think we could even reuse the P tag that we just created earlier, which is over here. Let's refresh this content and have a look. And finally, we've got a little bit of a margin maybe, or padding happening here. Let's have a look what sort of padding that is. It's about 70 from the left, about 130 from the top, and 115 from the bottom. So let's do that. Let's do padding 70 pixels, padding top 130 pixels, padding bottom 115 pixels. We could also remove the manual height we've set in here, so that way it's a bit more responsive, and when we refresh that, that should work a little bit better. The only part is this H2 tag. I think we've copied in the wrong styling. Yeah, we have. So let's grab a different H2 tag. Maybe this one here. I'm gonna paste this in and save that, and let's refresh. It's better. We'll just make sure the color is automatic. And there we go. So we've got this section here. For the H2 tag, we've got quite a bit of padding or margin there from the bottom. It's almost 90 pixels. So we'll put that in as well. Let's do margin, bottom, 90 pixels. Save that. We'll remove the margin from the top here. Take a look. I haven't spelled that correctly. Bottom, 90 pixels. Great, so that's a bit more in line with the testimonial section there. And let's do this button over here. I think we've got quite a few button designs by now. In this case, we're going to use that button dash primary. So let's paste that in, refresh. That looks good. We haven't closed off that div properly, so just do that there. And we have an icon there on that button again, and it's that chevron, right? So I think I've got an example of that, and I'll just copy it over here and paste it in here. And for our CSS, I guess if we have an FA chevron dash right, do a margin left of maybe 0.5 EM, refresh that, and there we go. We might actually make that 1 EM and refresh that once more. Has that taken effect? What's going on there? All right, that's a bit better. So that's good. We've done that section. We'll have to make sure that it's responsive as well though. So let's scroll down here, and what we'll do is we can remove this min height now. But what I'll do is I'll put a margin bottom of maybe 500 pixels so that we can browse a little bit more. And let's resize it and see what happens. When we get to about, let's see what this sizing is. This is about MD size, I suppose, or XG, sorry. So we can keep it as is there. Let's check our design, make sure that we're not missing anything. So here, this actually does reduce to 18 pixels, and this one too. This one here, which was 64, now is 48, and this one is still 36. Well, actually, it's 48 in both cases, actually. So we could probably fix that up. Let's jump in here, put this into 48 pixels. This is more 36 pixels here, but what we'll do is for the P tag on XL, we'll do 18 pixels here. Let's save that and give it a shot. What we might also do is add a difference in padding over here. Now in this case, for the design, the padding gets a lot smaller. It's only 30 pixels from the left and the right, and only 60 from the top. So 60 from the top, this is probably only 50, and these on the left and right are 30. Let's refresh, and that looks a little bit better. This section here for the testimonials hasn't gone down, so we haven't copied the responsive design element for that. Let's do that. Great, and refresh. And we'll also do the margins from this tag. So this really should go down a little bit. Right now it's margin bottom 90. I'm going to do that at 60 for now. Refresh it. It doesn't look right. There, that should do it. And that should be it for that aspect anyway. Let's refresh and have a look. So that's looking a little bit better now. We'll expand it out and it should take up more room. Scroll down a little bit. So that looks good. And then we'll Yep, that looks good. Let's take a look at our design here. So something's happening where the design should look a little bit bigger on this larger viewport, but it doesn't seem to be doing it. Let's see why not. We've got not enough padding happening, that's why. So let's have a look what we've done with the padding here. We haven't copied over the changes that we were going to do here. That's why. So what we'll do is we'll paste these in here and let them reflect only when we get to an XL size. So that's much better. And let's slowly resize. And then those have updated. Let's have a look at the testimonial from the top there. It still has about the same amount of padding. So I suppose that's okay. But from my point of view, it needs a lot less. So let's have a look. Maybe I'm going to reduce that to 50 pixels so that it's a bit more consistent with the design. So over here, instead of 115, I'm going to do 50. Let's refresh that and have a look. And now it's a little bit more in line with our content. So that way it stays the same. And on the next viewport, we can pretty much get rid of it and collapse it. So that's going to be almost an MD level there. That's great. Let's have a look. We'll have the testimonial section. And that's going to be needing a bit more padding. But let's have a look at the minimum section to start off with. So on MD, we'll get rid of this margin from the top and put that to 0 pixels. Let's have a look at that first. So that's a bit better. Then over here for the testimonial section, I'll do a padding from the bottom at 50 pixels. So that's a bit more standard. That should be good. Next, I need to make a full width here for this section. Now that's going to be fine because we're just going to be getting rid of the content in general. So why hasn't that gotten the margin? Is there a margin happening here, or what's happening here? This margin from the left hasn't gone when we've applied the styling. So that's okay. What I could do for that is I could get that to manually come across. So let's have a look at the responsive design here. For the margin from the left, margin from the left, and copy these elements across. And go to this minimum section. And after the MD version, which is over here, what we'll do is we'll do a margin left -80 pixels. And then on SM, we'll do a margin from the left and we'll do -30 pixels. So let's refresh that and give it a look. Yep. And yep, so that looks good. We also need a margin from the right there to be fixed up a little bit. So let's have a look what we're missing for that. So I'll need a margin from the right on the SM of -30 as well. Let's refresh that and have a look. And there we go. So now it's filling out that whole space, which is what we wanted to do. All right, so we can expand that out now, and the responsive design for that is working quite well. We can move on to the next section here. But before we do that, it seems that this section here has some more elements that are happening. So let's have a look here. This text here, which got smaller to 48 pixels, has that gotten bigger, or that's just my imagination? Never mind. It has it's lost its margin there for the H2 tag, so I'm going to have to apply that. So this H2 tag on the MD version of the responsive design no longer has a margin bottom of 60. It probably is only about 15 pixels. Let's refresh that. And that looks a little better. Let's double check our design. Yep. And this button here goes all the way across. So what we're going to do here is for a button, make that a MD level, a display of block. So that's a lot of responsive design just for this one section, but it seems to be working well. And the text align is on the left, so let's make sure that's in place as well. Great, so that looks good. We can now move on to the next section here. Just with this, what's the minimum resolution needed for an A1 print? We might put in the whole line here. Now, what we'll do is we'll make it hide on most of the elements. So we'll do a, how can we make it hide? I guess we'll do an overflow. We'll do a height of 1 EM and then an overflow of hidden. And maybe when we get to MD, we'll get the height to reset back to initial. And overflow will be visible. Let's refresh that. So now we can see that all the text is in there, but the overflow to the second line is still available. But as soon as we skip out of that, it's not. So that way you can sort of hide the rest of the text in there and you can just fit in what you need. Anyway, we can move into the next part, which is the Instagram section here. We'll need an Instagram plugin for that, but we can make the section here so far pretty standard because it's just this nice big element here for the Instagram logo with the text in here and a box and some elements here which we'll use a plugin for. Let's have a look. So over here, I'm going to remove this margin from the bottom and I'm going to collapse this CSS and I'm going to do home my Instagram and save that. And we'll create a new section for that. We'll call this my Instagram. We'll create that margin from the left so it's consistent with everything else. And over here in the design, let's have a look at it. We'll need this section here with like a, I'm not sure if that'll be a H2 tag or what that'll be, but I might just call this something generic like title-holder. This will have an icon. It'll have some sort of a line. I guess we can do that on the icon itself, and we'll have the tag itself, which could be a H3 tag called @the_thread snow. Beautiful. Now I'm not sure if I'll make this whole section a tag. That would make sense because we would want the whole thing to be clickable. And underneath that, we might have the Instagram holder where we'll actually put the short code for Instagram. Let's create the styling now for this. So in here, we've got my Instagram. We've got the home section here. So home-my Instagram. Let's apply that. Then we've got the title holder, which will be an A tag, but I'm going to make this a display of inline block, a background, whoops, let me spell that correctly, background of just that secondary color, and the font color was default. What's the font size here? It's 36, so let's do font size 36 pixels. And it's got a bit of padding, maybe padding 10 pixels. And to be honest, this is more like a inline flex, so we'll do that. Let's save that. And for the icon, we'll pass one in. So we'll pass in fa-instagram. Great. Let's have a look at the code for this for now. So taking a look at this, we're going to have to adjust it a little bit with this design. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure that this whole element here, which is a title holder, has a color of base and no text decoration. We'll add a hover effect on it a bit later on, but for the time being, that'll just clean it up a little bit. We'll also make its font weight a little bit less, so maybe a font weight of 200. Refresh, and that should look a little bit better in a second. Let's have a look here. Here it's Fira Sans, 36 in size and font weight 200. Wait, let's refresh and save that. Why is that not applying? If we have a look at the CSS for that, it's because it's in a H3 tag. So let's jump in here to the H3 tag and apply that in as well. Let's save that. We should see that take effect. So that's looking a little bit better. And next up, we'll make this whole section a bit more centered by doing align item center. So let's refresh that. That's a little bit more centered, and we'll also do the line height to 1, just so that all those elements are on the same line. So that evens them out a little bit more. For the eye element, we'll do a margin right of 0.5 EM. And we also have a border dash right on here of 1 pixel solid. Let's do this red to start off with so that we can see it. And if we have a look here, it's still not looking pretty good. So we'll do a padding right 0.5 EM as well. If we have a look at our design, we have a dotted line here. So let's do that. We'll do dotted and we'll use that base color. We'll refresh once more and that should look better. Finally, we'll do the padding as 1 EM, and that might overall look a little bit better. It's probably too much, so I'll do 0.5 EM, but I'll keep everything more in line and more responsive when we do change the elements later on. So that just about does that element over here. We can see that it's got that same sort of effect going on from the top and the bottom. It's a little bit too much, so we might do that to 0.25 EM. Let's refresh that and have a look. Whoops, that's on the y-axis and we want that on the x-axis. All right, that's better. So if we have a look now, let's move these in line. Yeah, that's pretty good. The only difference being there's a little bit of margin there from the top of this element, and that's just about 90 pixels. So for this whole section, we'll do margin top 90 pixels. We'll save that. Refresh, and that's a little bit better now. Great. Now for the Instagram holder, which is here, we're going to leave this blank, but we're going to pull in the height and width. And that over here is a height of 164 pixels. So let's pull in Instagram in here. And let's put in the Instagram holder. Here it is. And this will hold Instagram, whereas this will present it here. We'll do this a height of 165 pixels, background of secondary. Great. Let's refresh that. Let's see how that looks. We'll just make sure background is spelled correctly. And there it is. It needs a margin there as well. So the margin here is 40 pixels. So over here, we'll do margin top 40 pixels on the Instagram holder class. And there we go. So we can add those Instagram components in a little bit later. And finally, we just have the footer over here. So for the footer, we're going to exit out of here and jump into our footer.php file. And in here, if we take a look, we've got a footer element here. So we're going to apply that, and we're going to do that in here with one of our margins from the left. So let's pull this div in, close it, and let's have a look at our footer design. So here we've got a lot of padding happening. Let's have a look how much padding that is. Yeah, that's quite a bit of padding happening. And this whole component here has a fill color as well. So what we'll do here on the wrapper for the footer, which is, I believe, an ID, we'll do that background color of secondary. We'll add some of those paddings in. So the padding from the top is about 100 pixels. So we'll go padding top 100 pixels. And then we've got the content inside, and this is all this here. The main thing here is this h2 tag. So let's put it in first for contact us for more information. Then we've got a couple of columns here. So we'll do row, col-lg dash, what is this? Maybe 4. And in here for this 4 column, we've got the phone number, the email, and the address. So those are pretty simple. They can just be A tags. And here, let's put in the phone. We'll put in one for the email here. And we'll also have the one over here for the address. Beautiful. They also have icons, so we can copy those across as well. This is i.fa, fa-phone. Oops, we've lost the E on there. Great. And let's copy this one across for the email, which is envelope-o, and the map, which can be just map. I think that might even be map pin, but let's just save that for the time being and refresh to have a look at our footer. So there it is. We'll remove the margin that we set here before, which was 500 pixels from the bottom. And we'll change that to maybe, let's have a look, 100 pixels. So let's do margin, bottom, and to keep this consistent, I'm going to do 90 pixels. Let's refresh. And finally, we need some padding there at the bottom too for the footer. That's also about 90 pixels. So let's copy that in here. Put padding bottom and padding top. And we'll both have these at 90 and 90, just so that it makes more sense. I don't like when things have different paddings all over the place, so this will keep it more specific. Let's paste in one of those h2 tags we've designed before so that it copies across some of that styling. So here's an example of one of those. We'll paste this here in below for our h2 tag for the contact us. And there, we've got that applied. And we just need the phone numbers and details applied in an A tag. The A tags can be a display of block, margin bottom of 0.5 em. Maybe let's have a look at the actual icons themselves. For each icon, which is an I, we might have a min width of 2 em. Let's give that a shot. Yep, and that's looking okay. I'm just thinking what else we might need to do that. We also need a color that is set as base, so I'll save that here. And finally, the font size is 18, so I'm just going to manually apply that in here as well, just in case. So that's looking good. Obviously, the column for these isn't working as well as I might want it to, because we need to change the max width. So I'm going to remove that. And here in our footer, I'm going to override it. And that should make the column a little bit bigger. There we go. Let's resize that just to make sure it's working well. There's a little bit of margin from this h2 tag. It's about 40 pixels. So I might do margin bottom 40 pixels here. Refresh that. It looks a little bit better. And each one of these elements has a little bit more than 1 em. Sorry, 0.5 em. So I'll increase that too. So all of that is looking good now. In terms of this footer design here at 100% and our one over here. Yeah, we can have a look at doing the submit part here. So for this part, it's actually a contact form and we'll have to do this in WordPress. So let's jump into WordPress over here and log in. What we'll do is we'll create a new contact form and we'll call this maybe footer contact form. And the elements are a name, email, number, and message. So I think we already have all these: name, email. We'll change subject to phone, and we'll change this to tell, and message. Now, these are also in a bootstrap type design. So we'll do a div class. We'll put a row in here, and we'll close this off as well. We'll put the closure at the bottom. In here, we'll do a div class of column LG6. And most of our content will be in here. It doesn't have any labels, so we can just put them all in like this. And then we'll close this div at the end. Then for the second part, we'll put the message up here. And then we'll close this div. I think we also have the submit here too. And that pretty much does our contact form for the footer. Great, that's looking good. We can copy this shortcode. And over here in the footer, in this section where we've got a call-lg4, we'll do call-lg-8, and we'll pass in question mark PHP, echo, do shortcode, and we'll pass in our shortcode. We'll close this off and save it. And let's have a look at our design now. We'll scroll down to the bottom and see if that shortcode appeared. So there it is. Doesn't look that good, to be honest. We could probably fix up the design a little bit. If I think about what's going on there, it's because we've expanded out this column the full width. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it a little bit smaller. Maybe over here, I'll just make it 6 and refresh that, and that should work a lot better. Next, we'll style it as well. We need some placeholders. So we'll go back into our contact form over here and we'll add these: your name, email, phone, and message. So let's jump in here and we'll add the placeholder in. Placeholder. We'll put your name and we'll copy this across your email, your phone. And this last one here for the message can just be message. And I think here we need a submit. So we'll change this from send to submit. Beautiful. Let's save that and refresh. Take a look at our website over here. And those are in there now. Now they just need some styling. So we had some previous styling in our CSS in our header for contact forms. So let's have a look at if we can find that. So that's it over here, I think, unless we have got another input. No, that's mainly it. So I'm going to copy this across and paste it here below in our footer and apply that. Let's refresh that, and that seems to have applied. We also want to apply it to the text area. And in this case, we'll want a background of white. So let's apply that. We'll also want under each element a margin bottom of maybe 0.5 EM. Maybe, yeah, about 0.5 EM. It also needs a little bit more padding, and the font size seems fine, but I'll make sure that it's font size 16 pixels. And padding is maybe 1 EM. Let's have a look at that. I don't think that 1 EM padding is working. Let's have a look. Something odd's happening. I think the height is being overset. So I'm just going to do height, auto, refresh. Let's see if that fixes it. Yep, so that's better. Now these are a little bit too high, so I'm going to do EM1 and 0.5. Let's refresh and give that a shot. Whoops, put that on the wrong side again. Let's swap those two. All right, so that looks much better now. What I think we could do probably, let's just resize this. On this viewport, it's pretty much perfect. On this viewport out here, it's a little bit much. So if we take a look at our footer here, maybe what we do is for this on XG, it's 3 columns. It's 3 columns, and then here it's 4 columns, and we'll do the same here. Maybe this might be 5 columns and then 6. So that looks better. That's fitting in line a lot better. And then here it's going to resize. Yep. And then the full screen width. Yeah, that looks good. All right, I'm happy with that. The only other thing is we've got to capitalize the contact form. So let's go add placeholder. And we'll do color. We'll just do text decoration uppercase. Oh, sorry, text transform uppercase. Let's refresh that and see if it applies. Maybe I'm doing it on the wrong element. There we go. And we also want color to be base. Yeah, that's good. It might have a little bit more padding. So I might do this to 0.66 and this to 1.25. Let's refresh that and give that a shot. Yeah, that's a little bit better. All right, so that's our contact form, which is working. We've got our contact details, which are working. I think that's mainly it. Let's scroll down here, make sure everything's okay. We do need to work on its responsive design. So the first thing we'll do is make sure that the Instagram responsive design is working fine. It looks like it is, but we might remove some of the margins from the top and the bottom. So let's jump in here to my Instagram. We'll do media max width on MD. And we'll just change these to 60 and 60. That should be better. And then on SM, we'll do 30 and 30. Let's apply that and refresh. That's looking better. And then on mobile, that's looking better too. Let's do the same here for this section. This is padding top and bottom. So we'll just remove margin and change this to padding. Let's refresh this and have a look how it's working. So that doesn't look good when it's 30 pixels, so I might remove that and keep that at 60 just so that we know that's a footer. But otherwise, I think that's good. Seems to be working well. This contact form is expanded out a little bit too much. It's losing some of that margin on the right. And let's see why that is. Let's jump in here and have a look at this entire section. So this is expanded out. That is odd. What that probably is the margin from the left here is being overwritten. So let's have a look at our actual design specs here. So from what I can see, this is how it should work. And let's have a look at how it actually is working. So it's more or less correct, but the contact form should change further down in the design. So the first thing we'll do is we'll jump in here, go to contact forms, go to the footer one, and here where we had LG, we'll change this to MD. That should fix that up. Let's refresh again, and that's a little bit better. Then if we take a look, there should be a lot more margins on the left and the right. So if we scroll up here to the top and have a look at our margin from the right, we can copy over some of this responsive design here below and apply that in. So what we'll do is we won't put the XL in there, but we'll do the right one and the SM one as well. Let's save that and refresh and have a look at it. So what I'll do is I'll just put a margin from the right here, and that should fix it up. So that way, yep, that looks much better. And then on this viewport, it's fitting in. And on this viewport, it's collapsing as well. Great, that's perfect. Now, if we scroll through our design, everything's... Ooh, what's this? This guy here isn't fitting in properly. I wonder why that is. Here, the margin from the left is being applied. But what's going on there? Why is it? It's very odd. We're getting a negative margin here, which is applying to this section, causing it to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull in some of these attributes over here. And for this section, for my testimonials, which is all the way up here, we'll have a look at this testimonial bit over here. And maybe when we go to MD, we'll create a padding. Let me just double check quickly. So this margin from the left, this my testimonial bit doesn't get changed. This bit does. And this minimum bit gets changed. So let's jump in here and have a look at what's going on. Just gonna pull this over to the left, pull this design on the right, and over here, it's essentially meant to, let's have a look. Here we are. Let's make it a little bit smaller. There we go. So on MD, it's margin of the left of 80 pixels, but we're going to have to do padding from the left at 80 pixels too. What happens when we do that? That's more in line. Then let's make it a little bit smaller as well. Next viewport is SM. So now we've got to lose that 80 padding and change it to 30 pixels. So let's put that in, refresh, and there. That's working better now. So now all those things are aligning correctly. Great. And I think we're more or less done now. So if we scroll through, we've got our entire design here. And if we have a look at our Adobe XD version, let's go through that. So let's have a look at each one back to back. So here's the home page. We'll go to 100%. And yes, that's more or less correct. We don't have this font in XD, so that's why that's not showing up. Then if we scroll down here, yep, that looks good. That's fitting in the way we want it to work. Next section, our community. So that looks like it needs a little bit more padding there at the bottom. In the design, we have about 115, whereas in here we have, what do we have? Only 75. So that's what we've done wrong here. And from the top, it's about 140. So let's go to join our community. And here we'll do 140 pixels from the top, and from the bottom it was 115. Let's put that in and save that and have a look at the knock-on effects. So there, that looks way better. It's more accurate comparing to our design now. And those inputs also need a updated placeholder. So we did a placeholder down here. So we can go to those inputs and we can paste it in here. I think that should automatically apply. Let's have a look. Might not be the one I was looking at. So join our community, and we should have a contact form here with the inputs, and place that in there. There we go. Now, we have a look at this design. This means this image needs to be a little bit higher. Right now it's 1130 pixels. So if we take a look at it over here, 1130 pixels will increase just a little bit, and that should cover up the design change that we just had. So now when we resize it, yeah, so that's fitting in. We are going to have to resize all of them a little bit more now. So this might go up to 1000 now. Let's refresh that and have a look. 1030. Beautiful. And then this will have to resize again, I think. Over here, it's going to have to add 930. Let's try that. Yep, so that looks good. And then finally over here, it needs to resize once more. This time it needs another 100. So we'll put that to 1230. Yep, Looks good. And then finally over here, it collapses back to its default size. So we've fixed that up on all the viewports now. That's working a lot better. Next is our collections, and let's have a look at that against the design. So that's the version here, and that's our version there. So that's accurate. Obviously, still this font doesn't work exactly as we need it to, but that's all right. Our island home. So that's the design here, and that's the content over there. So that's good. I'm happy with that. We can scroll down to the next section here. The testimonials and the minimum resolution needed. So that looks good. I'm happy with that. And finally, the Instagram section. These seem to be a little bit higher, so I'm just going to change this up. Instagram, and this will be 250 pixels. I'll save that and refresh. Yep. And contact us. Great. So that's all the sections done now. I hope this video gave you guys a good idea of what it takes to build out just a home page on Adobe XD. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, and we still have to build out all the other pages as well as a menu and other stuff, maybe even some e-commerce elements. We might take a look at that at future videos, but for the time being, I hope you liked this video. If you did, leave a thumbs up, maybe even subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks.